Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, August the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and see me or see the screen in the main room. And thank you, Torty. Okay, so we're good to go in both rooms, YouTube and the main room. And one thing to do. Okay, guys, so the big one so far this morning is this CING. Big extension play from yesterday. Still couldn't see any news on it. And there had to be some news yesterday, but in fact, maybe I can see it here. Oh, that's right. That was the patent approval in Europe for ADHD treatment. That was yesterday's news. Big continuation day. How many in the float? Yeah, that's right. Very low float. Again, I haven't checked the other website, but let's just say it's a million or so in the float. And this got up to, in the pre-market, a little over $10. And looking at the daily chart, man, it still has no, sorry, I have to back this out. Look at the weekly chart and see what sort of room it has on the weekly chart. Looks like the next high, see, let's call that 10. Let's call the next high around $12 on the weekly chart. So even on the weekly chart, it still has a little bit of room to run. Look at the volume that came in this week. 940, okay, so we're in the ballpark. 870, 940, we're in the ballpark. Thank you, Draw. Yeah, so you think you saw I think this QNTM was just a name change. I don't think it was a SPAC. I remember FSD Pharma. So they've just basically, I don't think this was a SPAC. I think they just name changed QNTM. So it looks like an IPO, looks like a SPAC, but walks like a duck, talks like a duck, but it is not a duck. So QNTM is just, I think it's just a symbol name change. GTech, is this still up? Yeah, GTech still up. GTech. And the reason is the company. So this is an earnings play. We don't have it as an earnings play. Company reported better than expected Q2 earnings per share. So they released earnings. Looks like they released after hours on the 14th. So I don't know if this is just a rehash. This is an earnings play. There's not very much volume, though. At least there wasn't CINT. There was not very much volume. Still not much. Yeah, still not much volume. Boy, look at CING, guys. They're just making new highs. CING just making new highs. What did I say the next high was? Around 13 something? No, 1198. Looks like 1198 is the next high in the weekly chart. And that is for CING. And no, this was not a $150 stock. That is reverse split adjusted. And we have another monkeypox play. I didn't realize that EBS was involved. So we have SIGA and we have GovX. And this is EBS. Room 1030 is the next high in the daily chart. EBS. Not a low float, 51 million in the float. Riley. So after all the dumping of Riley over the last few days, it looks like the co-CEO is offering to acquire the bank. I guess to go private. I think for I want to say $7 a share. $7 a share, which looks to me like a bargain when you see what it was trading at before. Anyway, that's the deal with Riley this morning. RILY. And H&R Block. H&R Block. I don't think it's an earnings play, but it is up. It's HRB. I don't think it's an earnings play. I think they release next week. Sorry, that's Riley. It is an earnings play. Excuse me. H&R Block is an earnings play. Nice gap up. And all-time high. H&R Block, all-time high, guys. HRB, all-time high. I thought in your country that they were trying to make it a lot easier to file, so firms like this would not be as necessary or something to that effect. Could have sworn I read something about that months ago, but anyway, H&R Block guys, earnings release after hours, and you can see there's the if you can see my screen, the 15-minute chart, that mauve area, that's the reaction, and it's still hanging tough. Still hanging tough. Has not given up the post-market gains of after hours yesterday. Not that I follow this at all, but I think in what I posted, some of the other newsworthy stuff, it said that the VIX had the largest 7-day drop in its history. I don't follow this at all. I sort of understand what it does, but I don't really follow it. But I guess that's newsworthy. Speaking of the general market, so we've had I don't know I guess there were some numbers some housing numbers at 8:30. I don't know if that's the reason why the bit of a drop. Housing starts and permits at 8:30. So we do have a couple of things that are going to, well, we already had the housing starts and permits. That was at 8:30. We will definitely have some reaction at 10 o'clock. Consumer sentiment numbers at 10 o'clock. And at 1:25, we've got one of the Fed presidents talking. But 10 o'clock, we'll probably have some reaction in the market with the consumer sentiment numbers. And at 8:30, let's take a look at 8:30. Yeah, so that moved down. It was already moving down before, but maybe that accelerated the move down. That was the housing starts and permits. So I'm just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. I did see this IPSC. I don't know if it's an earnings play. I don't think it is. IPSC, Wainwright. I don't. Well, okay, Wainwright, $9, cut to $9 from $11 price target. Okay, just looking to see anybody else. Earlier on the 8th, Rodman and Renshaw, sort of know them, initiated coverage. That was on the 8th, though. This is now we're the 16th. Siga on the move, guys. Siga, really a tremendous bounce back from yesterday. 6.8 got down to 677, now at 985. Let's see if there's any more news on this one. I mean, the news on this one, of course, 2 days ago with the monkeypox and all, really popped up, but then yesterday dropped because somebody said their vaccine wasn't that effective. When I say somebody, I mean some body. It wasn't just me. Yeah, so SIGA slides after the monkeypox study shows limited effectiveness. That was the reason. But what a recovery it had. I mean, basically all day. Because look where it closed. It was near the high of the day. That was SIGA. So we're at the high of yesterday, a little bit above the high of yesterday. Bon matin, Casa. ASTS is starting to slide a little bit here. Whoop, I risk. Well, okay, never mind. ASTS was starting to slide. Of course, it had another monster day yesterday. Basically, didn't quite close at the high of the day, but just all day, basically all day until finally at the end of the day, kind of slid a bit. But I thought it was going to finally give it up a bit, but not yet. ASTS, I mean, it's only down 16 cents now. So CASA for the less educated among us. Hello, everybody. Just to translate loosely. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else on my thumbnail charts from yesterday. See if there's anything kind of interesting. You know, is I know the GNLN don't completely die. I actually was considering right there. There was that nice transition from orange right to blue that we're talking about. It went from, but I just sort of backed off it. But it did go from 1270 up to 1310. Hogandit. How's that? Little little Dutch or Dutch influence, shall I say? Siga's now over 10, guys. Siga's at $10 right now. CIGA at $10. Oh, I guess we have to watch EBS, see if EBS gets over 10. It's got room, a little bit of room. I mean, 1030 is the next high in the daily chart, but if it can ever break through that, around 13 is the next high. So if this monkeypox stuff really catches today, EBS, I didn't realize this was a monkeypox player. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the major sectors. Again, we're down a bit on the SPY this morning. So let's take a look at the major sectors, see what's happening. Okay, so what you're seeing here, so there's energy, XLE, the major ETF for energy. 90% in red, that means that 90% of the stocks are down from yesterday's close. Okay, there's only a couple that are up, barely. Let's see, anything else kind of interesting? Well, okay, 65% of retail is down. Now, how many shares? Yeah, only 22 shares. I'm just looking at BURL. BURL is up, but and SFM. Let's take a look at any shares. Yeah, not much trading. Let's see if there's any. What I'm looking for is an outlier, something that's going counter to its sector on some volume. I'm just not seeing anything. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything. I mean, maybe. Maybe MCHB, uh, XLK technology sector ETF. 80% are down. MCHB is up. I mean, on some volume. See if it's not an earnings play, but MCHP is up, running counter to the sector. If there's any news on this one specifically, Piper Sandler upgraded it overweight with a price target of 100. So I guess there is that. Excuse me. There is that. Nice little break. And now with yesterday's big pop in the market, of course, we're getting further and further away from the 200-day moving averages for all the major sectors. There's XLE moving away. Now, again, I don't know what's going to happen today. Still close, though. The green line on the daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. So it's still, relatively close. Retail, XRT, big move away now. And then technology, XLK, that was the other one that was, relatively close to the 200-day, but, moving away, moving away. So really, it's only energy, XLE, that is still kind of close to the 200-day moving average of the major sectors, I think, anyway. Oh, wait a minute. Consumer discretionary, XLY. That is the other one that is going to be close. XLY, yeah, relatively close. It closed right at it 2 days ago. Yesterday and moved above it. But again, with the market, moving down a bit today, it'll be interesting to see how XLE and XLY and retail, how they perform in terms of the 200-day moving average. CING is still hanging in there. So the pre-market high was way up here at 1067 or so. So still hanging in there over $10, CING. So with this, depends what happens with this market, of course, but I'd be maybe looking, even though it's an all-time high, HRB, have to see what happens with HRB, as a potential fade with the market. If the market does move lower. But as William said yesterday, it's insane to try to short all-time highs. Not insane, but it's tough. Again, guys, if you have our AI, then this is what all I would do, okay? Just look at this screen all day long. How to get this screen? You click on New from the toolbar, and then click on click on the middle one. We have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window, okay? And this is what you're going to see when you open it. You may have different headers, but this is in essence what you're going to see. The other thing I would do is in the filter box, I would make sure it says none. More than likely, if you're doing this for the first time, it probably has profitable trades checked. I would uncheck it, okay? Because I want to see the trades all day long. I want to see where they are. I don't want to call them trades. I want to see where the alerts are all day long, whether they're profitable or not, because sometimes they can set up at a lower price, and you won't know that if you have that checked. Now, you'll notice this is blank right now. There are EBS, guys. I'm hearing EBS over 10 now. EBS over 10. So notice this is blank right now. There are no alerts with our AI until at least 9:40. Okay, 10 minutes after the market opens, and that is by design. EBS, guys. So we've got EBS over 10 now. Where is EBS here? There you are. Up 16% right now. So on the weekly chart, 1028 is the next high in the weekly chart. If it breaks through that, look at this, $15, $15. Not saying it's going to get there, but it is starting to ramp up here, guys. So it is a little bit above the high of last week, 1028, or well, it was. Wow. Look at that pop now. What's the float in this one? 51 million. So it's not low, not high. HRB making a new high here, guys. HRB just popping here. HRB trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 financial results. It is all about the guidance next year, guidance above estimates. So, I mean, it's all about the guidance. And the company announced a quarterly dividend increase and a $1.5 billion share repurchase authorization. So basically, we've got four good things: better than expected Q4, guidance next year, a dividend increase, and share price or share repurchase authorization. And this is an all-time high now for H&R Block, HRB, all-time high, and approaching post-market highs. Looks like the post-market high was about 63.23. Yeah, 63.25. Looks like that was about the post-market high. Morning, Jim, in our YouTube room. Okay, one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, a little bit of a recovery happening in the SPY. Be interesting to see we get that transition, the color transition. We're at pink now, so we went from deep purple to pink. Let's see if we get the orange, and then back to aqua, and then blue again. Let's see if that happens. And if you're looking at that for the first time, I will explain the GoNoGo charts in a probably, well, less than an hour. Usually I take a look at my homepage, etc. Oh, and by the way, if you want to take part in this test drive that is now officially starting today, you can still sign up for it. It costs $7.77. You'll have access to the full premium service until August the 26th. So starting today. Okay, so there's a link for the test drive, and it also includes the contest. It starts next Wednesday, Wednesday to Friday, a 3-day contest, stock picking contest that you can sign up for. Yeah, Sing popping, no kidding, Sing popping. Now look at EBS. EBS is actually dropping. Well, it works on a Mac, but it is limited a bit, Matt. Okay, I mean, this is a PC-based program. I mean, we certainly you can use it on a Mac. To get into the trading contest, it's a little more difficult. There is a way in which you can do it, but if you just want to experience trade ideas for between now and the 26th, by all means, you can use a Mac. You'll be using our web-based version, okay? But everything you see in front of you right now, you can do. Okay, it's just it is a little bit better. Well, it's better on a PC. It's that simple. But you can certainly use it on a Mac. You'd be using the browser-based version. How many monitors do you have, Matt? How many monitors are you using? Okay, if you're only using one monitor, it's not that bad. I have three monitors. If I were trying to use a web-based version, it would be a real hassle. Okay, but if you only have one monitor, the web-based version is pretty good. I mean, it certainly give you an idea about what the program's all about. So if you think if you can afford $7.77, I would go for it. You can use our web-based version. Ultimately, though, if you wanted to take the program, I would probably find a way, maybe use an emulation program like Parallels or something like that to take full advantage of the program. But there's nothing wrong with the web-based version. And everything you see here, all the scans that I'm sharing, that I talk about, you can certainly access them on the web-based version. All right, guys, it is now 9:26. So what I want to do now is get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Just have to do some rearranging. Now, one of the things, I mean, if you're, the go no go charts that I'm, really, 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 three reallys, really liking. I don't think that's available on the web-based version. I'm pretty sure it's not available in the web-based version. So, these charts that you see here with the color transitions and all that. Now, if it's not of interest to you, then it doesn't matter. And anybody else listening who has a Mac and wants to try our program out for the $7.77. Now, the other thing is I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. There's different, I think there's some warrants. There's some different versions of the stock and Mamba. That probably the Riley P. Without looking, it's probably their preferred. But Riley obviously is the and looking like a potential buyout by one of the co-CEOs with a $7 target or price. Whether it's accepted or not, that's another issue. And as always, Captain Para, if I get something on that transition, I'll let you know. I was just going to say it, William. Okay, guys, we have less than a minute to the market open. Let's have a great end to this trading week. It has been, what a week after last week. We'll have to see how we end up today, see if the market has any sort of a rebound. Yeah, look at that H&R block just absolutely popping again, guys. H&R block, HRB, all-time high. Now, I'm probably going to concentrate a little bit more on the large cap gainers from the open in the race. I'm just finding that they have better trends. Certainly for the colors that I'm looking at, the color transition. Okay, here we go. get this race started. Okay, guys. So Array, ARAY. This was pretty active yesterday, I think. Yeah, I had a great day yesterday. I think it was, yeah, this was an earnings play yesterday, ARAY, and it's, hanging around the high of yesterday. Though, well, you can see it's 2 cents below now, the close of yesterday. The close of yesterday, I should say. Ah, look at SIGA. What a pop. What a pop for SIGA, SIGA. What a pop coming all the way back now. I mean, wouldn't it be crazy if it got right back up to that high of a couple of days ago, even after that, well, bad news of yesterday? So EBS is, again, another monkeypox play. EBS approaching 10 again. EBS approaching 10 again. And look at the market. Actually, market's putting in a bit of a pop here, actually. Aha. So now we've gone to orange. Now let's see if we get the transition. What if we get our transition right to blue? Again, these are the GoNoGo charts. I will explain them later, but I'm looking to see what sort of a transition. And GovX popping, or not popping. Yeah, it is popping. Like another monkeypox play. So I guess the three of them, GovX, GOVX, SIGA, and EBS. Those are the three that I know of anyway. And there could be others. Shade is in SWIN. Let's take a look at SWIN. SWIN. Low float, yeah, 4.9 million in the float. China stock, SWIN. Don't see any news on it, not today anyway. Must have had a great day yesterday. Take a look if there's news yesterday on it. SWIN. No news yesterday that I can see here. Somebody mentioned China. Let's take a look at China. KWEB. Just overall China, see what's happening. Yeah, a little bit of a move for China. Sing or CING? I don't think so. I don't have it in the Halls resumes. Are you talking about CING or Sing, Epicurus? And there goes EBS, guys. There goes EBS. Anyway, if you're talking about CING, it is not halted. I see Bitcoin's having a bit of a pop here. I see Mara. Okay, let me take it. So you are talking about Sing, as in the is that some kind of karaoke? You're talking about Sing? No, you were right. It is halted. You are right. I don't know why it's not showing up on my halts. It is. I don't know why. Should have shown up here because the volume is 61,000. Don't know why it's not showing up, but it is halted on the way down. SLXN is halted. Let's see what another one halted on the way down. The grow generation, guys. GRW. Boy, this has come down a lot. GRWG, cannabis play. Coming into the 200-day moving average, not that far away from the 200-day moving average. Another one just got halted on the way up or down. This looks like a SPAC. I don't know why. I'm thinking it might be a SPAC. Maybe not. This started trade. Oh, okay. This was a SPAC, I guess, because it started trading as RZLV in the pre-market. Okay, so it looks like an IPO, but it's a SPAC that now turned into RZLV. I don't know what it was before. Boy, Siga just ripping here, guys. Still, yeah. And PSNL, Michael in our YouTube room mentioned that one. PSNL showing up in the momentum scan. Completely recovered. I mean, it had an amazing week, then it kind of dropped, and now look at this week, and it's taken out the high of how many weeks ago is that? 4 weeks ago. Look at the SPY guys still hanging in here. Remember, orange in this system. Let me get to a 5-minute chart. Here's an earnings play, guys. I didn't mention this one, but this is an earnings play. COHR. This is an earnings play. The high today was around 75, 79. So this is an earnings play. SPY is still in mini recovery mode from the bottoms here, 550. Man, it got right back up in the pre-market, right back to that 555, 554 level. That's the level that it was at before we had the big drop. GovX just made a new high. GOVX just made a new high. And its high looking left is around 493, looking left on a weekly chart anyway. H&R Block continues to move higher. HRB. China play. JD is from China. Mentioned Mara or mentioned Bitcoin. So Mara's on the move here, guys. Mara's on the move. Bitcoin's having looks to me anyway, looks up around 1,600, around 58.6 thousand. H&R Block keeps making new highs. HRB. Saw this one yesterday also, this gang, or the last couple of days, it sort of showing up sporadically on my momentum scanner. Look at GANX. Had a great couple of days. 2 days ago, a 95-cent stock, got up to $1.25, continuing its move. Now, the issue I might have with it is 140 looking left. Looks like that could, well, that looks like the next high looking left in that area. It could stall it. Looking at a weekly chart, you can kind of see that that's exactly the area. If it gets through 140, then look at this area up here, 250 on the weekly chart. It's a low, pretty low float, 24 million in the float. Boy, the SPY is just coming right back, guys. Now we're orange here. So we do have a number coming out at 10 o'clock, the consumer sentiment number that is coming out at 10 o'clock. That can definitely affect the market to a certain extent. So to wait on that one. That is in about 20 minutes from now. Yeah, CCLBT is right here. This was an earnings play yesterday, guys. CLBT was an earnings play yesterday. So this looks like trying to a bit of a continuation. It's below the it's above the open. The high yesterday was 1645. And that would be close to a lifetime high. Well, speaking of H&R Block, if if you're part of the test drive and all, you can see right there is an alert for H&R Block. There's the first alert of the day from our AI. I think somebody asked yesterday, don't know if it was in YouTube or the main room, does the AI only look at low floats and small cap stocks? The answer is no. I'm just looking at H&R Block right here. So that's certainly not a low float stock, not a low price stock. There's H&R Block. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some thumbnail charts on my other monitor, see if there's anything interesting happening. EBS continues to move higher here. EBS. Well, Captain, there is our, I'm gonna ask Michael today if it is possible on the scan to do it something like this. So there's CBLT on a 3-minute chart. There was the orange, only one between the orange and the blue. Okay, only one of the aquas on the 3-minute chart. And I think we're starting to find that one is not a big deal, especially if it's narrow. Would have been too early for me to take it, but I mean that, $15. EBS making new highs, guys. EBS continues to make new highs. Inspirato, ISPO. Wow. Now this says 453 is the next high on the daily chart. I wish it were a little further away. ISPO. Volume is just starting to pick up, only 131,000, 20 times normal up to this time of day. Guys, we're talking about Rocket Lab, RKLB. EBS continues to make new highs. EBS continues to make new highs. And I mean, look at the weekly chart, 1525, next high looking left on the weekly. Next high on the daily it's approaching it, 1117. If it can take that out, $13. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm not saying it's going to get there. There's a big move for this RKLB with that float. If that is a correct float number, 347 million in the float. That's a big move, 17% with that float. Okay, let's take a look at SIGA, and has it bounced back into an interesting area. Okay, where's the VWAP? 1082. So you can see it's right at the VWAP. Okay, a little bit above the VWAP now. Maybe it's going to bounce off that. Maybe the VWAP holds it as support, and now it continues. See how well this trades right here. Boy, ASTS is still strong, guys. Above yesterday's high now. Still strong. This was a mover all day long, basically all day long up. Only a couple of little jogs down. And it, in the pre-market, it looked like, okay, maybe a lot of profit taking going to happen. But nope, not yet. So when is the launch of this thing? The Bluebird launch, when is it? Oh, okay. Okay. So it's still a ways off. It's still maybe a month away. First half of September, it's talking. Rocket Lab says it's packed and shipped to Mars base or Mars-bound spacecraft in preparation for launch. So this looks like a SPAC also. This was a SPAC, SLXN, started trading as SLXN. Not getting anything in the profile here. Let's see, is this okay. SIGA, guys, SIGA seems to be wanting to hold that VWAP. SIGA, the VWAP's around 1080, excuse me, 1080, 1084, trying to hold that VWAP, okay? VWAP acting as a support area so far. Hey guys, watching the market. Wow, the market is almost. No, not quite. I'm sorry, I got carried away there. I was looking at another symbol, but yeah. So the market is still slightly under yesterday's close, but recovering, recovering, recovering. Okay, watching H&R block here now, guys. I had a little pullback, trying to get back up a little bit anyway. Oh, CING, guys, that is so underneath 10 now. BABA trying to play, of course. I think BABA had earnings yesterday. Yes, BABA had earnings yesterday. Continuation. I think China overall is doing well. Take a look at KWeb again. Make sure China, yeah, China. So BABA, of course, a big driver, but KWeb's doing well. China stocks are doing well. Yeah, Mara was another direct transition to from orange to blue, 1584, right up to 1619. EBS, yeah, looks like EBS is making another new high. Stiga holding that VWAP area, holding the VWAP. All right, where could this one go? This COHR, this is an earnings play today. Yeah, look what it got to. The high in the daily on the daily chart, 75.65. What did it get to today? 75.77. So it just kind of touched that little area and stopped. And so I'm always looking left to see where the next highs are. That could stall the stock from moving higher. In this case, so far it did. So this one's got some room. GTES has got some room. Look left, 1843. So it has room, guys, on the daily chart. 1843. I'm not saying it's getting there, but certainly has room to move if it wants to. It's a big float, 200 million in the float. Ah, I see. So they announced a $125 million secondary. See what the price was. But the market is not punishing them for that so far anyway. Oops. I want to say that the pricing is around 1666. Okay, so it's above the price. It's above the financing by about $1. I just divided 7.5 into 125, getting about 1666 as a financing price. So it's above the financing price. Cheap one, guys. MSS, Maison Solutions. Yeah, to me, well, 127 could block it. I'm looking left on the daily chart. Probably a low float. Yeah, another one of these crazy low floaters. Well, I'd like to see one of these halts. Excuse me, on the way up. Excuse me. Lyft is on the move here a little bit, guys. Yeah, look at Lyft, LYFT, another transition with only one, excuse me, of the aqua between the orange and the blue. Now on the weekly chart, looks like it's at the high of last week. Last week's high was 1117, so it's at the high of last week. If it can take that out, wow, the next high is 1244 on the weekly chart for Lyft, LYFT. Let's wonder if there's any Cowan. So this is the, if you want to call it the news, TD Cowan maintaining coverage with a hold and a target of 15 on Lyft, LYFT. So I guess that's giving it a bit of a pop here. You're seeing a lot of these now. Orange, just one aqua, and then the blue. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. So yeah, I'm just wanting to find out if we do a scan for this, just with no more than one. All right, there's H&R Block right back up, guys. H&R Block is right back up. It's going to be probably more difficult to really nail that down, Dick Meyer, in terms of the volume. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. Wow, look at the spy, guys. The spy is just give me one moment, please. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Give me a minute, okay? All right, guys. Oh, by the way, forgot. Well, you can see exactly. I don't know what the numbers were, but the consumer sentiment numbers came out at 10 o'clock. So obviously, this is popping the market. So the SPY is basically flat now. That popped the market right there. The consumer sentiment number, whatever that number was. Tank. Good morning. Okay, guys. Kind of like HRB, guys. It's holding the alert price 67.50. Kind of holding it. Okay. The GoNoGo charts, they are available for the contest. Yes, they are available for the contest, Rich. You have to go to the GoNoGo charts channel. Okay, H&R Block not treating me well right now. Let's make sure it gets back over that 67.50. Otherwise, I'm bailing. I'm in it right at the alert price. Got to keep an eye on it, guys. For okay, I just have to keep a bit of an eye on it to see what's happening. maybe induce it upwards a little bit by putting a price alert. All right, guys, as I wait to see if this has a pop at all, H&R blocked. Just have to move on. I've got something, some other things I want to take a look at. Well, the SIGA, I mentioned earlier, the SIGA was holding the VWAP. Okay, they held the VWAP. VWAP now is rising a bit. All right, come on, H&R block. So the SPY has gone. Basically, it's flat right now. Okay, so the SPY's had a nice recovery. Yeah, look at Sava. I mean, Sava has been a. You can figure out a way to trade it. It has tremendous range. Sava, SAVA. All right, H&R block. Get over 68 and tap that high up here. This is still, an all-time high now for H&R block. Okay, Angie, so you're trying to help Rich with the GoNoGo access. Okay, so this is what you do. So anybody with this in the test drive, you do have access to the GoNoGo charts. Okay, so this is how you start off. If you click on now, hopefully you guys are using a PC because I don't believe it's available on the web on the you're using a Mac on the web-based version. Okay, so I'm going to assume you guys are, anybody listening to me is using a PC as I explain all this. So click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Docked Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar. When you do that, just popped on one of my other monitors. So here are the Go No Go charts. Okay, you click on the Go No Go charts channel. When you do that, now you can, if you haven't already, you can take a look at these videos. Take a look at these two videos. And you can also take a look at the text here, which kind of explains, what the idea behind the Go No Go charts is. But to get them activated, because when you load the channel, you will not see the Go No Go charts. This is it's a typical bar chart. Okay. In order to activate it as a Go No Go chart, all you have to do is click on any one of the alerts you see here. Okay. Hopefully you can see what I'm pointing at. Doesn't matter which one. Just so click on KO as an example. Presto, turned into a Go No Go chart. Okay. Now, at this point, if you if you want to stay in the channel, you can. You have no alerts. You when you say so, you don't even have. So you have nothing here. You just have one giant chart, or you have nothing populating. Are you part of the test drive, Rich? You're a part of the test drive, or Angie slash Rich. Okay. 'Cause, 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 So when you click on the channel, what's happening? It says click here to learn more. Where is it saying that? Like, unfortunately, I cannot. Where does it actually say that? Are you, for instance, let me load it again. Okay, so when you click on the Go No Go chart channel, where are you getting that mess? Oh, I see, right here, where all these alerts are. Okay. Okay. Well, let me ask. Ah, ah. Now you must be on the. Make sure you're on the latest beta, also, Rich. Okay. Okay, the beta version of our program. Okay, I don't know if that's the reason. I don't think it is, but let's do that first. And the latest beta can be found. Thank you, Pep. Pepe, how you feeling today? Ah, so when you say user is unauthorized, is that the message you're getting? What he's saying, Pepe, is it said click here to learn more. Make sure you're on the latest beta first, and let's see if that helps to start anyway. Okay. Okay, guys. Mentioned Lyft earlier. The Lyft is absolutely having a nice little run based on that upgrade from TJ Cowan. Let me know, Rich, once you get the beta loaded and see if you're still getting the same issue. All right. So again, you're in the latest beta. You've clicked on Dock Channel Bar, and you click on Go No Go Charts. And what you're seeing here in this area right here, you're not getting any alerts, but it's saying click here for more information or something to that effect. Okay. Um, okay. I can't help right now. I don't know why that's happening because you should be getting you should be getting this. But let me ask why you're getting it. Anybody else? You don't think they've enabled it? Okay. Thank you for okay. I'm just passing this on. Okay, I pass it on and see. I don't know. Maybe they haven't flipped the switch or something. Okay, I'm going to private message you. Okay, where are you, Rich? I'm going to private message you. I need your email address. Don't put it in here. Okay, I'm going to private message you. I want your email address so they can take a look at the account. Okay, so I'm going to private message you. So I'm just saying hi right now. And just give me your email address. And also, anybody with with problems like that, just send an email to info@trade-ideas.com. I'm being asked to do that, but okay, perfect. Okay, I pass it on. Thank you, Rich. Sorry about that. So they'll take a look at your account, okay, so they can see what's going on. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. So yeah, H&R Block, it's still hanging in there for me. Nothing fabulous yet, but it's still hanging in there for me. Market now is gone positive. Everything is positive. Well, no, the little minor disconnect in the market. The SPY is barely positive. Dow is down a little. Nas is up a little. So the market is really strong recovery on those that 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock numbers. The consumer sentiment numbers at 10 o'clock. But it was already starting to recover before that. ASTS earnings very bad, really? Okay. Well, the earnings were yesterday, so I mean the earnings were yesterday after hours, or the reaction to earnings was yesterday. So I don't know how bad they could have been because the market just ripped higher for them all day long. I don't know if it's not about earnings though. I mean, it's all about this launch, I guess, coming up. But no question. I mean, the market is starting to definitely drift down. Not drift. That's a big drop now. Okay, so Rich, if you manually reset your connection, if you click on account and go reset connection, it should work. I'm just being told that. So anybody else, it just I don't know. I don't know when when it was enabled. Maybe when you loaded it, it was not enabled. But if you reset the connection, it should work now. Okay. So click on account and then reset the connection, and it should be enabled. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. and anybody else, okay? So anybody else in the test drive who wants to load, have a look at these GoNoGo charts. Before you do, make sure you just click on account and then do a reset of your connection. Then hopefully when you go to new and click on new and then dock channel bar, and then click on the GoNoGo charts channel, hopefully you will see some symbols here. And if you do, then all you have to do is click on any one of the symbols and that'll turn that chart. Ah, good. Okay, perfect. Big shout out to Chris. Okay, so now you've got the now you've got a go no go chart. Okay, so you can stay in the channel if you want. Okay, I don't because I want to, but you can see what happens if I click on an alert outside of the channel. It should change it to it. Okay, you see I clicked on S. Now of course you can change the time frame, whatever time frame you want, or what you can do and what I do is I take this channel or this chart and I get it out of the go no go chart out of the channel, so it's free floating. You don't have to do it, but you can stay in the channel if you want. So if you want, all you have to do is just right click and then duplicate it into a free floating window. And when you do that, pop on another monitor. Now it's free floating, and that's how I was able to then create these different time frames right here. Okay, I would just duplicate this 3 more times and I could create my different time frames. So I don't have a layout that I'm sharing exactly, Mina, but I'm sharing all my scans. Okay, so wow, it's 10:23 already. So let me talk a little bit. First of all, let me put the test drive link for those of you who want to take the test drive. It is on right now. Okay, so when you click on the test drive link, test drive is started. It'll go to August the 26th. Okay, it's a Monday, I believe. Sign up for $77.77. And also, so you'll have access to the full premium service, including the GoNoGo charts. And there's also going to be a contest between the 21st and 23rd, a stock picking contest. I believe it's a short only. It's a short only, so you can enter the contest. Okay. But the main thing is it's the test drive to try the program out for $7.77 from now until August the 26th inclusive. And again, you'll have our full premium service. And again, please listen carefully. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. Okay. So, and the reason I want to emphasize it every single day is because our support people will get all these emails saying, okay, it's over. Please unsubscribe me. And also send me back an email so that I know I'm unsubscribed. Of course, it takes a lot of time and effort. So you don't have to do that. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. Okay. Let me ask the question. So Mina, to get to your question about, okay, get to your question about, am I sharing scans? So let me just go quickly over my homepage, okay, and the information people can find on it. And then I'll show you how to arrange windows and all that stuff, okay? And also the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top here. Now, again, I would, if you don't have trade ideas, I would absolutely just take the test drive, right? It costs you $7.77 from now until August the 26th. So I probably wouldn't take out, I mean, if you actually want to take out a subscription right now using my promo code, great. Okay, but right now, what I would do if you don't have the program is just do the test drive. And if you do take the test drive, or you decide you want to take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Run through the download and install. First, start up and log in. 10 short videos, bring down to introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, so you must do that first. And if you're new to trading, we have a series of videos for you, Trading 101, and it is all free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And this is an education section right here. So we have a great user guide. So again, if you're part of the test drive, you don't have to look, you don't have to know everything, of course, but again, the getting started, it's important to do first. This is a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. And I'm running a couple of races here. I toggle back and forth between the two races. This is how you can set up your own race, AI stock racing. I will go over this, but this is how you can set up your own. You want to put a price alert on a chart. I do that all the time. Also, if you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. But again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, okay? But certainly, you should know what an alert window is and a top list window is, two of the most key aspects of trade ideas. Okay. I also take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and then one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And now my scan. So Mina and others who are looking for my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, middle section, here are the scans that I'm sharing. So I don't share a layout. I basically, the GoNoGo is available, or sorry, my Barry 15 is available as a discount first month for the chart for GoNoGo, yes. So here are the two races that I'm sharing, okay? Here are the two races that I'm sharing right here. I do have a displaying. That's what I wanted. Here are the two races that I'm displaying, but I'm also sharing another race. Okay, you can have it. And I'm not displaying it, but you can have it. I'm displaying the momentum scan, and I'm also displaying the halts resumes over here, and I'm displaying this one, the upside movers versus downside movers. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them, kind of pick and choose what you might like to see. Okay. H&R Block, I'm not liking it. And it's basically where I got it. I got the nice little pop over the moment. I want to see if it gets back over 68. So I don't have any aftermarket scans, Izzy. All right. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I'll say eyes. Okay. I have no aftermarket stands that I'm sharing, and the pre-market is, I just have the two. But you can always go to the. When you say you're having trouble with it, what does that mean? Are you like, when you say having troubles with the pre or aftermarket scan versions? What do you mean by that exactly? The only thing I share. Well, okay, I don't have any after hours. Okay, I have no aftermarket scan. Okay, number one. And when you say none work, I have the pre-market. I have those two pre-market. And when you say it's not working properly, what do you mean by that exactly? Because I mean, let me just click on it. I'm sure they're working, but let me just click on it. So I'm going to click on the pre-market actives up, and I'm going to load it. Here it is. So I load it. So when you say not acting properly, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, here it is. Well, it's hard for me to know now because I mean we're after hours, but I mean I was using it in the pre-market. It was giving me all the results I needed. So I'm not sure what you mean when you say not returning proper results. Okay, I mean when you say proper results, what exactly do you mean by that? I mean this is these are the filters that I'm using. It's giving me what I'm looking for. If it's not giving you what you're looking for, then it's possible that maybe it's like if you're looking for things under 50 cents as an example, it's not going to show you until it hits 50 cents. If you're looking for, so I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly. Yeah, well, go to my homepage. I'm just showing you. Go to my homepage. Go to my homepage and scroll down and click here. And here are the two that I'm sharing. Okay. I mean, it's giving me the results I want. It may not be giving you the results you want because maybe you're looking for different price range or things like that. But it's giving me what I want. Now we have. So were you talking about using our pre-market channel? Because that's different from mine, and I have nothing. You can see right here, I have no post-market scans at all. But we do have an after-hours scan. All right, guys. So let's take a look at what Trade Ideas is. I mean, I'll sort of get to your question about rearranging things. Okay, it's pretty simple. But first, I just want to explain what Trade Ideas is all about briefly. So I'd like to demonstrate its use by looking at this momentum window called Momo. Okay, and it's an alert window. So if I right click on it, first of all, what we're really good at, what Trade Ideas is excellent at, is real time alerting. Okay, excellent at real time alerting. There are a lot of screening programs out there. We screen, of course, but we take it, in my opinion, one step further, in which we can also do real time scanning. So if I right click on this alert window and click on configure, and again, I'm sharing this window, this scan. I click on it, and this is what the scan is looking for. This is what I like to see. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, and it's trading, the current volume is at least three times normal. Okay, that's what that means. Three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So let's call that 10:30 Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan because the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's at least 400% of normal. Okay. So the bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That is why we were seeing Lumo at 10:36 plus 52 seconds, or just 30 seconds ago or so, because Lumo met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's why we see Lumo, Lumo. Since that alert, no other stock has met the filter requirements. Okay. Now, I also think I added, for me, I was getting, I was getting not too many alerts, but repetition. So I think I also put in mine, only showing me the stocks every 5 minutes when they make a new high, if and when they make a new high. You don't have to do that, but that's what I did today. But anyway, that's the base that's the idea behind trade ideas. Okay, so if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it, but of course you can make a change if you want. You don't like this price range, or you want to add a filter that you like, or take one out you don't like that I've got. Go ahead. Again, don't try to force people to do exactly what I do. You can obviously modify anything. Now, if you want to create your own scan from scratch, you can, of course. This time I'll click on search. Now you'll see right at the very top, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. So new high and new low of the day, the two most popular ones we've got. That's why they're right at the top. But as you can see, if I keep scrolling down, these are all the other real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling down to get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So again, you do not have to learn them all, okay? The reason there are so many, and it should be obvious, is that when the company started back in 2003, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of these different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that the majority of our customers could create a scan if they wanted to create a scan. Okay, but again, you don't have to learn them all. Don't get overwhelmed by thinking, man, this is way too hard. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of those filters. I like a price range and a minimum volume, things like that. It doesn't mean that the ones I'm not using are bad. It just means that for my style of trading, that's all I need. Your style of trading may be very different. And that's why we've got perhaps an alert that you want to use. And some of the filters that I don't use, maybe you want to use them. So you can see what's happening. So Miggy just made a new high. It says Steve made a new high. So I wasn't sure if he was talking about our channel, but he seemed to be talking about my scan. Like, see, I should really. He said I use your scan. Well, he says I use your scans, which are working perfectly. I assume that meant mine, but I have some troubles with the pre-remark and version. So if you were talking about, yeah, I mean, we do have a channel that is pre-market channel. Not sure I know what you mean though, um, Mark, because the pre-market channel shouldn't have to do really anything. Gotta find it first. Pre-market. Shouldn't have to do anything. If you load this before the market opens, you should see all the pre-market action without doing anything. I don't think you have to set the time. Live always. That is the default. Okay. And then we do have an after hours channel. After hours right here. There's the after hours channel. Of course, it's blank. Why? It's not after hours. That'll start working at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Look at CVS, sure. CVS. Actually, a nice move. Nice move for CVS here. Had earnings on the 7th. Right back here. Obviously not great. On a weekly chart, the next high is 59, so a little bit close, but it has had a nice run. Now, as far as arranging things on your, I mean, it's pretty simple. Never mind the docking that I've got. I mean, docking is sort of an advanced topic. I mean, it's not necessary, but I've got some thumbnail charts, for instance, um, and all you do is just I do have this is a free floating one on my other monitor, abnormal option activity. All you do is just take the scans that you want, put them wherever you want, and that's it, and then save your layout so that when you at the very least, if you file exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout? The next time you load trade ideas, you can say yes. So let's take a look at the two races I've got here. Okay, so I think the racing concept is definitely an interesting one for, especially if you're new to trading. The reason being is that it'll automatically create a top list window, like a top 10 list for you. Okay, I'll explain how this all happens. So I've got two races going here. One is called the biggest gainers from the open and large cap gainers from the open. Okay, and the open of the race. Now you notice I'm running a 4-minute race. Now again, I'm running a 4-minute race. You can pick whatever time frame you want. I just chose 4 minutes when I started doing this racing concept a while back. And but again, and if you go to my homepage and go to the scroll down to the education section, click on the guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing, how you can create your own race based on your parameters, the parameters you like. This race is based on the parameters I like. So what is it doing though? So I'm 1.5 minutes into this 4-minute race, and since the race started, okay, let me go to the this one. This can be a little more dramatic in terms of the percentage moves. So since the race started, Trib has moved 5.2%. Okay, so if I click on Trib, you can kind of see it'll have a move. So it was obviously from the bottom here, and it moved. Okay, it has moved 5.2% since the race started. We're 2 minutes into this race. This Riley P, which is sort of, I guess, a preferred version of the Riley stock, it's up 3.5%, etc. Okay, but of course the race is not finished, so we still don't know who's actually going to win this race. Now you'll notice that there's a top 10 list that is created for you, and it's made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So LGCL has won 4 races. Okay, great, great looking move here. GovX has won 3 races, etc. Now, what I would be doing is when a stock wins now, first of all, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race for you to click on it. In fact, you can click on any of the symbols that you see here that have moved at all. So let's take a look at AISP. What is it doing? Man, this is another straight up. Oh, look at that. Look at that, Captain. Look at that transition from the orange right to the blue on AISP. That would have happened around 9:54, 9:57-ish for AISP. And I'm going to explain the GoNoGo and why I'm loving it. So what I would be doing is I would be clicking on anything. There's, Shady, I know, was in Swin. I don't know, I don't think he's in it anymore, but just because what can happen is, like, Swin won a race a long time ago, I guess. Now it's pulled back. Maybe it's pulled back to a level that you like. There's the VWAP of 312. Well, it's below that, but what if they had pulled into the VWAP and bounced? Now, obviously, you're going to have some trading experience. Okay, maybe it pulls into a moving average that you like. Remember, Trade Ideas is a tool. It's not going to teach you how to trade, but it is a tool to zero in, especially if you're day trading. It's going to allow you to zero in on the stocks that are trading abnormally. is what you want as a day trader. But you still have to have some idea about how to trade. Okay, now, question should be now, well, why are these stocks showing up here in the first place? What makes these special? So all races start off from a top list window. So if I right click on this race, notice there's an option that says open top list. I'm going to open the top list window, popped on my other monitor, and this is what I want to see in this top list window. I right click on it, configure. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum is traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close, then it's going to be a stock that will be in this list of stocks. Now that doesn't have to be what you want to see. It's just what I want to see. That's why I'm saying you can create your own top list window and watch. You create your own top list window, and you right click, and you can launch the real-time stock race. That's what I'm saying. You always start a top list. You have to create a top list window, or you can use mine, and then you launch the race from it. Okay. Now, before we had racing, this is how people would use a top list window. The typical question would have been, well, what stocks are up the most today? Okay, so if you have it as a column header, which I do, change from the close percent, I can double left click on it, and I can sort then to find the stocks that are up the most today, based on my parameters, my price range, my minimum volume, and all of that. So you can see LGCL is up 69%, GovX 54%, etc. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day, as long as I have the column header, I can sort on it. So that's a change from the open. So again, I'll double left click. Again, the LGCL is also the top one, 91%, VEX is 41%, etc. So I mean, that's nice to know, I guess. But what the race does takes it to another level, in my opinion. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near, the high of the day, or up the most from the close, up the most from the open. All the race cares about is what stock, since the race started, is moving the most in this list of stocks. So, for instance, here's Aspen right down here. Okay, ASPN. Right now, it is up 6.5% from the open. But what if all of a sudden it just started to move, and it's up 8%, 10%, 15%? Well, how could you possibly see that? Well, that's what the race does. The race doesn't care, again, if a stock is near the high, ranked. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. So right now we can see that VRAX has moved 4%, 4.2% since the race started. Only a minute left. It's only moved 6 cents. Okay, but it is leading. LDI has moved 4.3%, etc. Sometimes you're going to see in this one here, this race, you could see some really big percentage moves. So that's how the race works, okay? And again, it automatically creates a top 10 list for you. This other race does the same thing in terms of creating a top 10 list for you. But what it does is, what I've added to this race compared to this one, notice there's not as many meeting the filter requirements. So what I did in this race is I added a market cap, a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. Okay. Consequently, you're just not going to get usually, big percentage moves because of the market cap and the float. But sometimes these are a lot, I don't want to say easier to trade, but they're not as volatile. Okay. Just not as volatile. I'm sharing this race, but again, you can create your own race. You can adjust this if you want to have a different price range. This is just what I like to see. Okay, guys. So again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. All right. So Don't be shy. If you have a question, please ask. If I can't answer it, like first of all, if it's an accounting question, or for instance, the question earlier about why the GoNoGo charts weren't loading, I had to find out why. But typically, if it's a trade, if it's a question about trade ideas, maybe in one of my scans, maybe you're looking for a scan. Maybe if I don't have a scan though that you're looking for, it's possible I can help to create it. But if I can't, maybe one of the other traders has something that is similar. I can always direct. I can always ask that. You can always ask that question to the other traders. I'll show you how you can do that. Hey guys, I'm just H&R Block. Yeah, I'm above my entry price, but it is putting me to sleep a little bit. But I'm not going to get out of it due to boredom. Okay. All right. So yeah. So this we're in a bit of a choppy day now for the SPY. You can see what's happening now. So it got up there. Now it's starting to, but it's popping up again. Had to drop. It'll pop up. So we're in sort of that choppy action of the SPY right now. Now, if you're part of this test drive and you've maybe taken some of my scans or you've created your own scan, don't forget to save every scan you create. Okay. So if I wanted to save this scan, I'll break it out of the dock, make it easier to show you. Let's say you took my scan and it's you just have all you have to do is right click, save or share to cloud. Okay. Right click, save or share, save. Okay. So save all your scans that you have either taken from me or ones you've created, save them to the cloud. Save your layout to the cloud. So if you've created, maybe you've got a few charts up now. Maybe you've got, well, you don't save it on my cloud, you save it on your cloud, Mina. Okay. You save it on your cloud. You don't, well, you just, okay. If you load one of my scans and now it's on your screen, then you just right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in your cloud. Okay. Now, if the question is, how do you get one of my scans on your screen? Is that the question? Okay. So going to my homepage link, give me a moment. I get my homepage link. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, and then you're brought to my homepage, and scrolling down to the scan section. So you click here. So notice underneath it says open scan. Okay, so I'll pick the momentum scan. Okay, doesn't matter which one you pick. It's all the same. So watch what happens when I click on open scan. Now it depends on your browser settings, but this now sort of overwrit the tab. But sometimes it goes into a new tab. I don't know what yours is going to do exactly, but disregard all of this. The simplest thing to do is just this. Now just highlight the string that you see there, the link that you see there. Highlight it, okay, and then Control C, copy it. So now it's copied. And then all you do now is file, load from cloud, And notice that that string right there is the same as this. If you've done this correctly, it'll automatically fill in the box. Now, if for some reason it doesn't fill in, then you have to paste it in. But if you've done it correctly, and you've highlighted and copied it, Control C, this should appear, and then you just load it. Now it'll be on your screen. Okay, now it'll be on your screen, and then now you just right click and save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay, and then in order to save your entire layout, let's say now you've got a few charts up, you've got maybe some of my scans, maybe you've created your own scan. So now the next step, save it to the cloud. You would save or share to cloud. Okay, file from our toolbar, file, save or share to cloud. Probably you would click on entire layout and then give it a name. Mina's first layout, whatever you want to call it, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay. You can also save it to your computer, to your local computer. But I would always save things to the cloud. So as I said before, Mina, I don't say you can pick and choose what you want. Okay, I'm not okay. Because not everybody wants my entire layout, so you gotta pick and choose what you want from my home page. Now the other thing you can also do is at the end, file, when you want to exit trade ideas, and always exit trade ideas at the end of the day. Okay, close it down over the when you're done, and then when you wake up the next day, then you load it because there's a lot of stuff happening with our servers overnight, especially with our AI. But good practice is to shut down trade ideas when you're done. And so you can go file exit, and then it's going to ask you, okay, when you load trade ideas again, do you want to have the same layout? Okay. Okay, guys, I turfed H&R Block basically flat. This did not produce the way I wanted it to. It may come back later, but kind of blah. Okay, guys, so I'm watching the market here. Yeah, it's kind of chopping around a little bit here in this little range. Now, to create a chart, never mind. I mean, the GoNoGo charts are sort of special, but if you just want normal charts, you just click on New and then Chart Window. Okay, and then a chart will appear. You can adjust the time frame you want. You can you can create the colors and all that sort of stuff. Well, I'm not getting too many new alerts, guys. So here's Novavax. Yeah, here's Novavax starting to, yeah, a little jump here. Another one. So let me explain these go no go charts. Okay. Now, the first thing you should do in order to kind of understand what they're all about is click on new, and then docked channel bar, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. Okay. And then when you do that, one of the channels is the Go No Go charts. These are all different channels we've got here, by the way. These are all theme-based channels. So if you click on the Go No Go charts, what you should see is a pop-up that looks something like this, okay? And this gives a good explanation about what they're all about. You've got a couple of videos, you can watch them, and also some text right here, which gives you an explanation about what we're looking for with the color transitions, etc. Okay. So again, this is part of the test drive. And when you load that channel for the first time, well, when you load the channel, this is what you're going to see. It will not be a go-no-go chart, just a normal bar chart. All you have to do is just click on any alert that you see, and that'll turn it into the go-no-go chart with the different colors. Okay, but you should watch the videos and take a look at the text, the explanation about what it's trying to do in terms of the color transitions, etc. Okay. Now, what we're finding, that well, okay, first of all, here is typically how it can work. When you see orange, and look, it really depends on the time frame you're using. Look at there's a difference. I'm moving a 5-minute chart here and a 3-minute chart here, and you get different colors really depending on the time frame you're using. But in a typical one, you might see orange, which means don't trade it. We don't see an advantage trading it either way, either shorting it or going long. And then you might get a transition to this light, an aqua color, and then a transition to blue. Okay, that would be maybe a typical. And what the idea then is that when you get that transition to blue, that is a sign that you might want to take a look at going long. This is because the trend is getting stronger and stronger. So from the orange, they're not seeing a strong trend one way or the other, either on the short side or the long side. The aqua, the trend is getting stronger, in the buy direction, call it, and then blue, it's even stronger. Now, it doesn't mean 100% of the time that it's going to just rip higher. Okay, nothing is 100%. It's giving you an idea, though, that okay. But what we are finding is that if we go from orange, which means we don't see an advantage one way or the other, directly to say blue, in other words, bypassing that aqua, that seems to be a very, very strong buy signal. Okay. And again, I'm not saying they're all going to work exactly like this, but you can see that you would have had to wait for this to close. So the buy would have been around 1282. And before it pulled back, I got to 1321. That's a great run. And on the flip side, you want to go short things. It's the same thing. Typically, you get the orange, which means don't trade it at all, and then you get let's see if I can find a pink. It would go pink and then deep purple. Okay, so the pink would be sort of okay. We're getting a stronger trend on the short side. Okay, and then the purple is okay. Now this is a much stronger trend. Take a look at a short on this. But the same thing. If we bypass, we don't get a pink. We go right from orange to purple. This is giving us a stronger sell signal. So you could have taken that trade right. This is on a daily chart, of course, but 1150, and before it pulled up, I mean, I got down to 895. This is on a daily chart. So that's how I'm using it. Okay, I'm really wanting to see that instant transition without the intermediate step. Doesn't mean taking the trades on the intermediate step is bad, but this seems to be a lot better. But we don't get too many of them. You see, now look at ASTS as an example. Here's the orange. Don't trade it. We don't see an advantage one way or the other. It turned pink, popped up a little bit, and then now it's starting to drop. Okay. This again, we have to charge for this because this is a third party. This is not our technology. If it's a a couple of people. I don't know how many people actually, but excuse me, but they're. In fact, we may get one of the creators to come into the room. I don't know if it'll happen this week or next week, but I know Michael was asking, could we do that? He knows that one of the creators. So this is their technology, and basically it takes a lot of typical indicators. I think there's MACD and a few other things, and put them all into one indicator. So okay, so I know somebody asked that question. So it appears that we are going to give, if you're a premium subscriber right now, it appears that you will have access. I'm just following an internal Slack discussion on this, guys. Okay. No, just give me one moment. My player stopped. I need my music. I'm just waiting for an answer on it. Okay. It appears. See, we have to. The reason why we just can't do it on our own, we have to consult with. Well, we have to talk to the people who own it. Okay, and we have to get their permission. So we got their permission for the test drivers, but we didn't think about people with a premium subscriber, like current subscribers. So just give me a moment. Oh man. Oh gosh. Okay. What a hassle this is. Okay. If you are a if you're a current subscriber, okay, you're gonna have to email, you're gonna have to, and if you want the go no go, and it's only because we can't do it, it has to be a case by case basis. I'm so sorry. For all the test drivers, it's automatic. But if you're not part of the test drive, you're gonna have to email and say, hey, listen, can you turn me on? So to speak, okay? Info at trade-ideas.com. Okay. Otherwise, we can't do it on mass. Okay, so question in our YouTube room: what are we test driving? You're test driving. Well, you're test driving the product, Trade Ideas. So, but future, if you're already a subscriber, now I should say this: if anybody who is a standard, excuse me, a standard subscriber right now, and if you want to try our premium service out for the until the 26th, you can do so. It will cost $7.77, but you can get access then to our premium service. And let me just put the test drive link in again. So please listen carefully, everybody. If you're a current subscriber, but you only have our standard service and you want to be upgraded until the 26th to our premium service, you can do so. It will cost us $7 and it costs us $7.77. If you're a current subscriber, okay, current subscriber, not part of the test drive, but you do want access to the Go No Go charts, we have to unfortunately turn you on one at a time, case by case basis. And all you have to do is send in an email to info@trade-ideas.com. Make sure that the email that you're using is the email that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas, because then they'll have to look at your account and turn it on. Okay, the Go No Go charts on. Okay, so that, Daniel, if that is what you're talking about, Chris helped you. Okay, great. I do apologize, but that's the only way we can do it. We were given the permission for the test drivers, but not for the entire. So you were part of the Daniel. So are you part of the test drive? You paid the $7.77. Talking to Daniel in our YouTube room. You're part of the test drive. You'll know that if you paid the $7.77. Okay. So first thing you should do is just to make sure. I don't think it's absolutely mandatory, but it won't hurt. If you click on help, okay. If you click on help and just, I'm sorry, click on account in the and reset the connection. Okay, it should be okay now, but just to make sure. So if you click from the toolbar, click on account, and then reset, and then reset connection. Okay, and then from the toolbar, click on new, and then dock to channel bar. Dock to channel bar. When you do that, this is the GoNoGo channel. Okay, the GoNoGo charts channel. So you click on that. Now, you probably, if you don't know anything about GoNoGo, you probably should watch these two videos. If you want to start right away, that's fine, but I would definitely watch these two videos so you have an idea about, as you say, how to navigate it, what it's looking for, okay? And there's some text down here, which basically tells you what it's kind of looking for, the color transitions, okay? And this was a pop-up, but you should get the pop-up when you go to the channel. Now, once you're in the channel, what you're going to see is not a go no go chart. This is just this is a bar chart. And in order to turn it into a go no go chart, you have to click on, it doesn't matter which one you click on, just click on any symbol you see in these scans. Okay, once you do that, now it's a go no go chart. Okay, so now it's a go no go chart. Now, if you stay in the channel, if you have some other scans that you've got, you should be able to click. I'm going to click on this SST, and it will change even if you stay in the channel. So these are the scans that. Okay, so that's why I asked you, Daniel. Click on account. Yeah, click on account and reset connection. Okay, that's why. Maybe do it now, and then like get out of the channel, X out of the channel. Okay, and then account, reset connection, and then load the channel again. The only other thing, okay, is that you have to be on the latest beta also. Maybe that's it. Maybe you're not on the latest beta. You should be, but reset the connection, load the channel again, and if you do not see the scans, then the next step is probably, you didn't install the beta. Okay. So I always forget. I always assume that when people take the test drive, that's what they're going to be on. I guess I should not assume that. No, well, I almost 100%. Well, let's see if you have to be if they switch you off one by one. What a hassle. No, I have not answered that. I never thought about that. It's going to be a real hassle if he's going to answer me right now. Okay, so they expire like any other sub. Okay, so it'll automatically expire. So you're not going to. If you want to keep it, you just have to let us know. But yeah, it'll expire like any other. You don't have to worry about that. Okay, and that's a good point, though. Again, people, if you're taking the test drive, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. Please don't. Send an email into our support people. Say, please disconnect me from or unsubscribe me from the test drive. And also, I want a verification that you've done so. It just really overloads our support people, quite frankly, for, well, no reason, because you don't have to do that. Okay. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. We don't put you into a subscription. The same thing if for our current standard subscribers who want to upgrade until the 26th to the premium service. Once it's over, unless you tell us, you'll go down, you'll go back to a standard. No, okay, NG. Well, this is going to be a real. So NG, do you have to be on the latest beta? Okay, also, okay, do a couple of things for me, NG. If you click on account, click on the reset connection. Okay, number one. I don't think that's 100% mandatory, but do it anyway. Okay. But the other thing is you have to be on the latest beta. So Daniel, and it still doesn't work. Jeez. So you're okay, Daniel. You're on the latest beta. Okay. Um, oh, brother, you downloaded the latest beta, did the reset. Now, when you say not working, let's make sure I understand what you mean by not working. When you click on new and then dock channel bar, and you're on the latest beta, and you've done the reset, and you click on the Go No Go chart channel. So when you say not working, do you mean when you see this, it doesn't look like a Go No Go chart? Because that is what you're going to see. You have to click on an alert. Hopefully you can see the alerts here. And then when you click on an alert, it turns into the Go No Go chart. So Daniel and NG. Okay, so you still get an error. Oh, well. Okay, please send an email to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, and give them your email address. And this will be both for you, NG, and anybody else that's still having an issue. Okay, info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So just send it an email, okay? If you are part of the test drive and you cannot get and you're still getting the unauthorized, please send in an email, info@trade-ideas.com, as I put in there. And I guess Chris is going to have to look at your account and turn it on manually. I don't know why. It's just the hassle. I'm so sorry. It's not our program, and I guess it's not as easy for us to just sort of en masse with all the test drivers to just turn them on. I don't know, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but all right, guys. Well, I really haven't had a chance to look at anything, so let's take a look at anything interesting happening. And checking out the SPY. So the last time I looked, it was still pretty choppy. It was sort of stuck in this that orange range right there in between. SPY is still kind of chopping back and forth a little bit. Yeah, look at Sing, guys. Yeah, CING is. I'm surprised it did not win a race. And I don't mean sing as in sing. I mean CING. We're pronouncing it sing, okay? And it is starting to move up again. And there's a transition. And the high of the day looks like it's up around here, 11:29. This is one of those classic ones that later on in the day, though it's not that late yet, it's 11:30. But if we look at some of these that have had like massively volatile day or volatile early action, and then they kind of settle down, and then sometimes in the afternoon they do this. It's just that it's a little bit early. Okay, then Todd, don't listen to me, okay? Yeah, we see this a lot. It's just a little earlier. What's the high looking left over here on that weekly chart is 1198. So it has still a little bit of room to that. And then if it can take that out, 1248, the next high on the weekly chart. Wow, what a pop. So even though this was a pretty wide bar, wow. Yeah, even though this was a pretty wide bar. So Captain on the Sing and the CING, and what we're trying to again look at that transition from orange. It did go aqua and then blue. But it was only one aqua. Okay. That was very confusing if you don't know what I'm talking about, as opposed to this having three, two, three, four aquas before it turns blue. We're also finding that if we just get one aqua between in the transition, that can be pretty powerful also. You would you no, this was a pretty wide bar. you would have been taking that trade at around $11. Still not that bad considering I got up to 12.20. Just give me a moment. Now, the other thing I'm really finding, how it's helping me is to stay in trades. Okay. Now, had I been in Macy's at the very beginning, a lot of times it's difficult. I have like everybody else, when to sell, when to do this, take off half, take off a third, take off whatever percent. What I'm finding is that this is keeping me in trades a lot longer. Okay. Now, this is on a 5-minute chart. Now, look at on the 3-minute chart. You see that little transition here? This is now telling me right here on the 3-minute chart, you know what? Start to pay attention. This may be the trend is starting to, on the 3-minute chart, it is starting to maybe it's not as strong. Hasn't happened yet on the 5-minute chart. So, it depends on the time frame you want to look at. I'm comparing both of them, but I think I will keep them both up all the time. I like to get a little confirmation on both time frames. And the reason, if you've been in this room for a long time, this is a huge, huge transition for me because the um, the time frame the time frame I was only using was a 15-minute. I wasn't looking at anything less than 15. I would have my daily and my weekly, but because of this is a trend. This is a trend trading idea. I have to catch that trend earlier. I can't wait 15. Okay, so but again, the bottom line though, it's keeping me in trades longer. Doesn't mean I won't take out something, as it's moving higher. But before I had a little move like that on Macy's, I may have been out everything. But now I'm able now to sort of trust what I'm seeing and keep in the trend a lot longer, keep in the trade a lot longer. So that is a huge advantage for me too. Until I get that transition, breaking down below there, I would not be out of the trade. But it's telling me it's like a sort of a warning, okay, it's not getting as good in terms of the trend up anymore. There's a bit of a pause anyway. I'm surprised that why isn't am I not just not seeing it? I'm surprised CING is not making it in here. I believe it didn't win one race. Wow, that is one big wow now, guys. So we are talking about that's the level up there that I was wondering if it would take out. And guess what? It did. 1248. Surprised it has not been halted. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, now I have to look at a monthly chart and see where the next high is. Now this stock was never up here. Okay, 261. It never was up here. This is reverse split adjusted. But the next high, there we go. Well, there's your halt now. There's your halt now for CING. Looks like the next highs. It's really hard to see in this monthly chart. Maybe I have to see if I can back it out a bit. I think there's a high here of 1404, so it's a right below that. All prices at 1355. So the next high is 1404. Next high after that is 18. and then we've got 18, and then of course what here again. Remember now, it never got up there. This is reverse split adjusted. Now, first time I'm displaying this, I think today. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, it's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This tells me the halt price. When a stock gets halted, I always click. Well, of course, I click on it, and this is what I see in Interactive Brokers. There's the symbol there in red. That means it's halted. This column over here is giving you like where it could open. It doesn't have to open at 14, okay, but this is where it could open. Now, most of the halts are 5 minutes long. So if this is going to be a 5 minute halt, this will open at 11:38 plus 4 seconds. Okay, and you just sort of look here. I mean, this can change. It doesn't have to open at 14. But the good news, if you're in this one, typically, I mean, if the potential is above the current price, then that means it's usually will open above the current price. Okay, really, the background charts are unreadable. Really? Okay, I'm on my end. I'm not finding it. You're the first to say that. I'm not saying others aren't saying thinking the same thing, but okay. Thank you, Angie. Cool. Okay, UBXG, that was halted. Looks like that was halted on the way down. And then we have MRVI halted. Wow. So this is halted on the way up, guys. This is halted on the way up. But it is funny you say that, JJ, because I've had other people say they love the contrast now, the black. I used to always have a white. I like the contrast, but okay. So Barbara, so of course it's way too late now, right? It's way too late now. But if you're looking at Sing earlier, right there, okay, CING right there. So you could have got in there. There was when did it get halted? So that was after that was before the halt. So if you're following it, you could have got in right here around $11. Okay, that's on a 3 minute chart. On a 5 minute chart, it would have been the same. That's later on, of course. I mean, earlier was kind of chopping around a little too much, but I mean that is the true trend now. Well, this has turned into, for me anyway, a rather boring early part of the day. This is getting really exciting. We're getting these crazy vaults, and now here is where it could open 890, halted at 886. So I have a feeling the reason. What time was this? This is at 11:33. So I have an alert here. This could have happened earlier, but RBC Capital reiterating an outperform on this company, maintaining a $15 price target. That's probably the reason why it got up. Well, it depends what you mean by a little late. Okay. I don't consider this a little late. I mean, if you're talking about at the very beginning of the day, I mean, sure, you could have traded it at the beginning of the day. There probably were some interesting transitions early in the day, but I'm talking about right here. I mean, a stock goes from 11 now at 14. Sure, I mean, maybe you'd like to get it at 9, but that's still not bad, right? That is not bad. It used to be 14 plus, but now it's 13 plus. And again, guys, you got to be awfully careful with these low floaters. Okay, and I'll say it again, I'll say it every day. You cannot wander away from your computer if you're in one of these low float stocks. And that float is very, very low. It's certainly under a million shares. And that's the only reason why a stock can be up 163%. Okay, so now look what happened. Sing got halted on the way down. Okay, guys, so I'm taking a break in about 20 minutes. Should be Andy in our YouTube room taking over for me. I just want to confirm that. Okay, guys. All right. Well, I didn't indicate I am in a trade and I'm worked off the go chart. I am in one. I didn't indicate it, but it is working out nicely. So, Barbara, I mean, look, you could have used. I'm using a 2 minute chart, so or a 3 minute chart. You can even try a 2 minute chart. Probably, obviously, the earlier the time frame you use. Let's take a look at CING. Okay, so you could have got an alert right there. Okay, if you're watching on a 2 minute chart, 1021. Now, the reason why I don't use a 2 minute chart, sure, in this particular case, would have been sensational. But for me, the 2 minute, I mean, you can get, for me anyway, I think I was looking at a 2 minute chart when I first started even testing this to see how well it would work. It was just getting a little too choppy. So even the 3 minute can get a little choppy, but it's up to you. Sorry, future, you asked that question a little while ago. Is there a way to create a stock alert for when the moving averages cross? Well, yes, not the price of the move, but when moving averages, yes. So let me show you. This is what we have for these moving averages anyway. So I'll show you in this alert window, okay? So if I right click, configure, and now I click in the search box, I'll type in moving or type in SMA because that's what we're using. So here they are. This is what we've got. If what you're looking for is not here, I'm sorry. Okay. This is what you have to work with. So the 5-period SMA crossing above the 8-period SMA on the 1 minute or below, etc. Okay. So you can take a look at these. These are the moving average crosses that we do have. Okay. And the different time frames. So if you're looking for something different, for instance, if you wanted, I don't know, a 20-minute, we don't have it. We do have it. Sorry. 25-minute. Okay. So this is what we have. So all you do is just say right click on an alert window and type and go to the search and type in SMA in the search terms, and here they are. Okay. All right, guys, I have a confirmation. It will be Andy in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes, taking over for me. Okay. And he'll be there between 12 and 1. And that's what happens in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Works out perfectly. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. And I think it's a good idea to head over there because we all have different trading styles. Andy has a different trading style from he's way more of a swing trader than I am. And he may have some scans that you like. So, I mean, the big news on this one was yesterday for the CING, they received some kind of a European patent, a European patent for, I think it's ADHD. This was the news yesterday, okay? The company was granted a European patent, its lead asset for the treatment of ADHD. So that was it. Good morning. Hi, Nathan. I see you said hello. Hello. So that was the reason for the pop yesterday, but this is even a bigger reaction. Okay, I'm going to have to send you to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay. Okay, Nathan. And they'll have to look at your account to see why you're not activated. Okay. Let's go to that. Chris is there. He's been doing all sorts of activations, so he is right there. Just make sure you give him your email address that you use to sign up. Okay. But you're talking about a Mac, right? You're using your Mac. Okay. So he can take a look at your account. Make sure you signed up correctly. Okay. And before you do leave, this test drive is on. And if you still lots of time to sign up for it, you'll get the balance of today and until August the 26th. Okay. So there's the test drive. It'll cost $7.77. So a good if you don't have trade ideas at all, it's a great way to try us out. We don't have free trials. It's about as close as you're going to get to a free trial. If you have our standard service and you want to be upgraded to premium for until August the 26th, you can do so also. And also included in this, there is a contest next week, Wednesday to Friday. It's a short selling contest, and you can sign and you'll be part of it if you want. Sign up for the test drive. You can be part of it if you want. You don't have to, but why not? You could win something. And the other thing is, again, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You do not have to unsubscribe from anything. Just give me a moment. And yeah, the other thing, if you're a premium subscriber, you can be part of the contest. Okay, you don't have to pay anything. Any promo codes available? So Nate, are you for what exactly? To take out a subscription? No, I have no opinion whether the Oliver. Oliver, is that you in YouTube or is that another Oliver? Okay, on a renewal. Okay, what you can do. Okay, that's not you. There's another Oliver asking me if the market is a buy or sell. I have no idea, Oliver. Really, I don't. I mean, obviously, the market has had a great recovery from last week's big decline. It's had a great recovery. Whether it's a buy right now or sell, you can get 10 different ideas on that. So on a renewal, Nate, if you go to trade-ideas.com, okay, and give them your email address, and then if they say yeah, we can give you a very 15, that would be the promo, okay? Yeah, because Oliver, I'm really an intraday trader. What the overall market's going to do next week or next month or next year. I mean, sure, I'm interested. Don't get me wrong, I'm interested, but I'm not. I am not a long term. I'm not a long term trader. So, but I mean, look, the market had a great recovery this morning. Another great recovery. A number came in at 10 o'clock. Consumer sentiment number came in at 10 o'clock. That popped it again. So we went from being negative in the market to being, basically flat now. So I don't know if you're talking about is it a buy or sell now or next week or in the next hour? Well, there was a buy signal right there, okay, on the GoNoGo charts at 552 as an example. But I don't trade the ETFs at all. I'm more into individual stocks, the ones that are trading abnormally. Speaking of which, look at this Marvy. Holy smokes. So that got halted, opened, and exploded higher. MRVI. And look at Sing, guys. Man, this is just not going to quit. It'll be interesting to see what really happens towards the end of the day. I mean, now that another new high of the day, CING. And I have to refresh my memory on this monthly chart. Where could it go? So again, it looks like 18. Looks like it looks like 18 is the next high on the monthly chart. And I'm telling you, it takes that out. Then the next high is on the monthly chart, reverse split adjusted. It never got up to 58, but that's all traders are looking at right now is this. This European patent for ADHD must be something else. All right, guys, it's 11:54, so I've got to get set for Andy coming in and relieving me for the hour. So get it up a little bit higher. Actually, you should be able to read that. On a break. So I'll be back around 1 p.m. ET. I'm not Eastern time. I'm not leaving yet. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. Okay, so there's a YouTube link, and you can head over and listen to Andy while he's there for his hour between 12 and 1 in about 5 minutes or so. Wow. When I come back from my break, who knows where this is going to be? The thing is, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm sure it's shortable at Centerpoint. But here's the deal: where would you have shorted it? I mean, all these little pops. I look, okay, that's got to be it. 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 Okay, there was it for a while, but now, we're gonna try to pick that top without getting killed. But using the GoNoGo charts, until it transitions to another color, which is going to tell me that, okay, maybe the trend is starting to really, like that upward trend is starting to really start to not be quite as exuberant. But that hasn't happened even in that downtrend on all the time. Well, the 3 and the 5 minute. You talking about the overall market, Oliver in the main room, not Oliver in the Sing. Yeah, there you go. So where did it close at yesterday? It closed right here at 477, right? Okay, guys. So I will tell you the one I'm in. Okay, I am in the CLBT. I mean, it's working okay. I mean, in at about 1608, I think. So you see, and I did take some out on right up here in the 1630 level, and you can see how we're getting that little transition on both time frames. Okay, this is telling me again. You know what? Your strong upward trend, which is blue, is starting to not be quite as strong. That's what it's telling me. And why I took it? Because it had the room looking left. And again, I have to reiterate, There is no system that is 100% foolproof, okay? This is just, it's a trend following system. And sometimes, some of the things that we're seeing look really awesome, but, doesn't mean you just hop in on a transition, a color transition. I'm always going to look left, number one. How much room does it have to go? And it'll hit that next high on a daily chart or a weekly chart. I still have my rules like that are still in place. Really, Ovi? Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. And there he is. Okay, just give me a moment, Andy. So, guys, Andy has just shown up in our YouTube room. So, I put the YouTube link in and I've got my announcement up there. So, I'll be seeing you guys in about an hour back at 1 p.m., putting myself on mute now in the main room. And now, good morning, Andy.
Barry, what's happening, buddy?
Well, lots,
Yeah,
lots
lots
happening.
have been happening.
Lots happening, not just with the trading, but other stuff. But you know what? I guess it's just the growing pains of doing these test drives. But we'll get through it.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, you've been getting bombarded with questions.
Well, mainly the go-no-go aspect of it, and yeah, some people are not getting activated, and some are. And it's hard to figure out why, even if they all have got the beta and they've all did an account reset. So I know it's putting a lot of pressure on Chris because he has to go into the individual accounts and try to turn them on. But anyway, I digress. Have you done anything today, Andy, trading wise?
Well, let's see. Yeah, you know me, I'm always active a little bit.
I know you.
Luckily, I came in some China stuff, which is having a
Yeah, I
good
was
day.
thinking about
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Well, I bought yesterday. I bought JD off of earnings, and
Oh, good.
luckily held it today, so
Yeah,
scalping
I
out a
saw
little bit.
JD early in the day that it was moving up.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I just added a little more.
Okay.
I sold some. You know me. I have a core position, but spending 15 years as a day trader, man, you can't help bang out stuff.
Oh yeah. Talk about a day trade. Look at that CING.
I saw it coming across the alert. Man, nice.
Yeah. And you know what? I mean, it may not be over. The next high on the weekly chart is 18. Okay. After that, it's like 50 odd. Now it's reverse split adjusted, but
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, that's
this who
true.
knows? I
Huge
mean,
volume.
literally.
Yeah,
And it's all about, they came out yesterday with some kind of a European patent for ADHD, attention deficit disorder. And that was the news yesterday. And, looked pretty good, but it sort of sold off. But look at it today. There's no new news on it. It's just, but it's a super low float. It looks like it's under 1 million in the float. So
yeah,
that's the
yeah, for
reason.
sure.
That is the reason.
Yeah, that was a good one. Hope you grabbed it. Hope your room grabbed it. There it
No,
is
no, a lot
in
in the
your
room
room.
grabbed it.
Good.
So that's all I care about, making the room
Yep.
happy.
There you go. All right.
Okay,
Enjoy
Andy.
your hour, buddy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll
All
see you in
right.
about an hour.
All
Okay,
right.
bye-bye.
Bye bye. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Happy Friday. Very interesting day today. We're gonna see how how this pans out. But I thought we might do some selling today, but it just boy, just a stubborn market. But anyway, welcome. This is the support session. So if anybody has any questions about the software, anything you're trying to work through on the software, just drop it into the chat there, and we'll try to get to it. Hey, David, how are you? And we can always talk. We always talk stocks, and I know a lot of you in here are day traders, but a lot of the day trades come on nice setups. Hey, Nathan. Yes, welcome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Can't complain. That's always a good sign. Definitely been some opportunity lately, that's for sure. That is for sure. I've pretty much gotten out of all of my I mean, pretty much a lot of the US stocks have had a nice run, and so I'm pretty much out of all of them. You're going to see a lot of China on mine because I thought there was some good opportunity, uh, especially after JD's. Although I do like Google. I think Google's been uh, held down a little bit. Maybe some antitrust stuff going on, but I doubt they will nail Google on any antitrust stuff. But we'll see. But I think it's one to watch if the market keeps going over the next. I bought some yesterday, scalped out of some today. Not a whole lot because it's still under pressure. All right, excuse me a little bit while I bring my desk down. Been standing up for a while. Gold at a 52-week highs. Thinking silver maybe trying to go to highs here. I bought it in pre-market. You got gold at 52-week highs, and you got silver almost 35% off of its 52-week high. So maybe trying to do some catch up. We'll see here if it can break out of yesterday's high. I may add to my position if it does. Silver's kind of the stepchild, but stepchildren can be loved too. So let's see if see if it can go to highs. Poor man's gold. Yeah, it is the poor man's gold. That's for sure. But sometimes, yeah, it can get going. Now, this obviously you can see here it's on a pivot level, pretty big pivot level. Let's see if there's any more levels. Not really. That's pretty much it. So if it can get through this 26, yeah, I think you could have a nice some nice follow through. I don't know if it'll be today, but maybe he wants to go and test that 50 period over the next couple of days. Be good for a scalp. That's all. I don't stay long in these things. I seldom do I ever trade it, but I if gold hadn't gone to 52-week highs, I probably wouldn't have. The most disappointing trade for me today is this stupid beak. I don't know what's going on with it. It was looking very nice coming into the day. China's strong, but boy, it just it failed me. So I took some off, and I had a pretty big position. I may end up just bailing on this one, but not too bad. Not too bad. I had a good price. All right, taking a look at the sectors, you got GDX up at the top because probably of gold, and you got there's KWeb, your China internet's trying to get through its 200 day. Let's put an alert in that. Not sure it'll happen today, but probably won't. But nonetheless, it's always good to put an alert in there, see if anything is going. Really been disappointed in this I thought, I mean, I had a good price on this thing. You can see down there at 15.98, but I scalped out of most of it. It just cannot get going. Can't get going through that. If it, I thought yesterday barely closed above its 50. I don't mind doing a little bottom fishing. Once again, you guys know that if it's constructive, but man, it's having a hard time getting through that 50. So I ended up scalping out of most of it. Let me put a good alert in gold in case it wants to go back to highs. Then I may anticipate that silver move and get more aggressive. I faded some Tesla as a little hedge. I already scalped out a half of it because I was just afraid this market just been so strong. But you can see the downward sloping trend line on that Tesla. My first entry is a little bit early, so I added some more there near highs, but seeing if this can't get weak again. It is below its 10-period moving average. But the market is just too strong. All right, let's take a look at some relative strength. There's that Zing. Nathan, you're waiting for your account to be activated. I'm not sure how how long ago did you sign up? And are you on the test drive or you actually bought a subscription? And there goes the spies to high. Let me take it off the pre-market down there so I can get a good look at it. Yeah, Nathan, it should be activated if regardless of if you got an account. If you want to send yesterday test drive, okay, yeah. If you want to send something, they should be activated by now. But have you? So you haven't gotten an email yet? You had the same. Need to finish the questions and yeah. Did you finish all the exchange agreements? You got to make sure you follow that email closely and do the exchange agreements, like Moran is saying. That may be the issue. And there's Linda saying it as well. So do the exchange agreements. Make sure you that confirmation email that you receive that you go through all the instructions because you do have to do the agreements. And then if you still have an issue, just send uh, an email to info@tradeideas.com and they will get you going for sure. They'll tell you what the issue is. Okay, so if you've done that, go ahead and send an email and let them know that you're not activated yet. They'll get you going. Okay, this JD looks like it won't. I still think this thing may get to 29.12, which could. There's nothing preventing it from getting there. So it is why I scalped because a lot of times these China stocks you've seen them over here, they'll gap up and then just get slammed in our market for whatever reason. So I was quick to take some profits today, but now that you see they're holding on, may have to get a little more aggressive. All right, silver is back at 26, back at highs. Ooh, I scalped out of that one this morning. I'm glad I did. This market, you can't stop it. There's silver, got the 2601 print, oh 02. Yesterday's high was oh 02. Oh shoot. Dang it, I had a call this morning to in my morning video to watch this pull back to 30, and sure enough it did this morning, but I was probably looking at all my other positions and totally missed it. I had alert go off, and but I had about 5 others go off with it. That's the problem with these alerts, man. Goodness. Yeah, silver's gonna be silver. Now this one has been looking ripe for a long time, but it can't get through that 6 level. Put alert up there just in case that. All right, let's take a look at the above all. There's that GovX. Guess that's a monkeypox play. VRAX, VRAX, not VRAS. Was really upset. I had it on this day. I got hit at 127, so I had some nice trade on that day. Held some over, and then yesterday I punched out. Uh, and then of course I still had a chance to buy it today. You still could have got this thing at 140, 141, but probably the thing to do. I'd like to see JD on my above all major moving averages, and hey, was a nice move by Baba. I actually bought that in pre-market yesterday, like way down here, but I scalped it out. Should have held some. What's Baidu doing? I'm in a little bit of Baidu. It looks like it wants to go to 90, doesn't it? Put alert in that. Very similar to Google. And there's the Baidu alert. Actually bought added to that Baidu at 26. Oh, PSNL. Yeah, it's kind of on the other side of the mountain. It's had a nice run. Typically volume is decent relative volume, but you do have a big old wick, intraday wick. It's had a, when I see these stocks have gone from $1, 150, whatever, to $6, I get a little skeptical. I would probably rather catch it like right around here on, around 385 or something like that for me. For as far as a day trade, yeah, I would not be even thinking about this until it got back above its 10 period moving average, which is now sloping down. It's probably going to price action. It's probably going to be under pressure. That being said, you got a range here. You might want to put an alert at the high of that range to see if it goes off. Because if it goes off, it's probably a good chance it's going to be back above that 10 period moving average. And there's the Goog alert. Hmm. So Peter, yeah, I that PSNL, I think, it's definitely, like I said, on the other side of the mountain right now, so it's under pressure. And I think you got to be careful trying to buy pullbacks, even if it comes all the way down to $5. This thing could this could be the tippy top. I did add to that Google 73. Yes, GovX is not like PSNL. That one is very constructive, and you're right, Amid. It's definitely in play. And like Barry was saying, no, he was talking about another stock. But let's take a look left. Let's take a look left. And this tells me, man, if I had to guess, there's in my book, probably a 80% chance, it should go to $6 just by that's the next high. You look right here and you see that that is the next high, maybe 590 for those that may want to scout, but gets through six. And then, yeah, then you may be talking about all the way up here, another buck higher. There's your 74. Let's just put alert there and see right at six. Now, if we were in the PMC already, I would be eyeballing this for a fade at $6. But I could get run over, but that's and there's your silver. Nice little pop. See, when they get through pivot levels, a lot of times they could have a nice little pop, nice little follow through. I guess one stock I didn't talk about. This was a pullback play, and what you might want to watch for a bounce in this one. This is a Huya had earnings a few days ago. Thought they were really good, but got slammed. And seeing a little bit of volume. I have alert at 940. Maybe looking to add to that position if you can get a bounce, but definitely under pressure still. But just taking a little chance there on these moving averages down here, and you got a nice little pivot level. A little different strategy. It may not work. I don't have big size, but can always add to it. Okay, this market's getting a little sloppy on a Friday afternoon. ASTS. ASTS. Well, that's a little bit more constructive than that PNSL that we were talking about earlier. But looking at the daily, that is a topping tail. Uh, Good volume. Looks like it's pretty equal to what we had yesterday. Uh, that does uh, that does have potential. I mean, I like it. It got back above this 10 period moving average. Let's see. Well, if it gets back above, this high, which is 3150, not real small float, has 128 million, but boy, I'd almost like to see. I know it's a long ways to get there. Not really. It's three. If it gets back above that 3150, maybe worth a shot because then you have, your next high back to highs. But oh, you're welcome. Nolani, is that how you say it? But no, that's interesting. That's a good eye there. It has definitely has potential. See, unlike that PNSL, is that the name of it, or PSNL? See how this one's under pressure, and you have your 10 period moving average versus this ASTS, which is back above its 10 period moving average and on about a 2-hour high there. So, uh, yeah, that one has potential for sure. And silver is continuing. Yeah, nice push, nice volume. It's what I was talking about. You could get a good move out of here because you have a major pivot level. Okay. And you had yesterday's high. There's just a lot of good things going on. You had gold at 52-week high, actually all time highs. And I'm not, guys, correct me if that's not all time highs, but because I think our software may only go back, I don't know, 20, I don't know how many years, but nonetheless, good move. I'll put alert right here because you're going to have another little area of resistance. See these? That was support. Then gap down, came back up to it, failed, went back down. So this is definitely going to act as an area of resistance. I'm hoping it'll get there so I can at least. Silver futures close to 29 level. Is that a critical level, Trader 77? Yeah, Google. Yeah, it's going to start getting sloppy now, I'm afraid. Okay. Thank you, Trader 77. BLTR. Yeah, that one's well, that was showing signs way back over here. I noticed when it's just one of the few that really doing well. The AI stocks. AIs can't get anything going. I bet lifting a bit, huh? No pun intended. Yeah. How you these stocks looking not good there. These miners are just they're just a mess. I think people are giving up trying to play them. Uh, PDD looking pretty good. Feels like Baidu at least wants that 90. All right, I'm gonna take a look around at some China stocks real quick because I mean some of these are having some real. Look at that Baba up 5, JD, Lee. I usually grab that, but Yo doing today. There's K Web breaking, hit my alert there. Well, I'll look for some laggers. The schools have just been just horrendous. I don't know what's going on with the educational sector over there, the stocks anyway. Beak. I'm really surprised at Beak. I'm hoping it can get something going here. Time just off of terrible earnings the other day, so that one's still. I don't know where that one's just no interest in that after earnings. Tried Go to this morning. Thank goodness I scalped it. Ugly, ugly daily though. I was giving it a shot. TCOM, maybe one to watch. Maybe one to watch. EA. Nice little breakout there, potential. Sure has run a long way to get there. I did buy a little bit of that TCOM. Just the China stock's doing really well. I mean, this guy, if it can get back above 43, it's key level. That's where it ran into today. What are my thoughts on Zing? Sing. Well, like Barry was saying, who knows? Who knows where it's going to stop? It's not my kind of thing to chase something up 244%. But that being said, let's take a look. Once again, let's look left. You'd be so surprised, guys, how if you start studying these charts, how often they fulfill their destiny. And I'm seeing a possible destiny right here. I'm not saying it's going there, but that's a long ways. but but there's nothing. Let's see what the high is here. 18. Okay, you do have a high here of 18. So that's really the next high. So let's drop that down to 18 and see what happens when it gets there. Or if. It's a big if. Look at those volume bars though. Oh, you're welcome, Alex. You're welcome. But I'm serious. If you would look left on charts and don't just get out of a stock because you have profits, or I mean, it's okay to sell some and ring the bell. I do it all the time, but always try to hold some, especially these momentum stocks, until they run into. Barry says it all the time. The next high, the momentum typically will take it there. That doesn't mean it can't have some pullbacks along the way. You got to keep that in the back of your mind. I mean, it may want to pull back to 14 and then go. Who knows? But uh, nonetheless, at home is another one struggling. I'm just going to put alert right there. See if it goes off the next couple of days. XPEV not going the same direction as Lee, that's for sure. Google. JD close to highs. 74. 74 is a high, and did it print one right there? Yeah, it went. Typically, I like to see them go when they go through highs like that, so I'll be watching that one. And look at there. There is the zing alert we just set at 18. Now I like to see how it acts right here. Crazy, isn't it? Now, what I would like to see, if you're, banking on that thing going to another 5 points. Goodness, it may do it pretty quick. It's crazy. Already up to 19. Talking to Steve here, and he sent me some gold news, and I did hear last week, where last week was the largest ever purchase of gold by central banks around the world. Maybe they still have to start buying silver too. And Zing is halted. Crazy, Alex. Beak, I'm gonna have to sell some more of you. It's really frustrating. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it's going to open after this halt. It may gap up to that 23 level. Nice, nice. Well, there you go. You did. Yeah, you got back in. Put alert. See if I can go back to highs. Yeah, Bitcoin's definitely one of the assets that has been out of favor. So a couple of good volume bars there in silver. PDD from earlier. Gosh, I don't have enough of that. All right, I'm gonna start thinning out. I didn't like that Google after adding some position there. Who you are just a dog. I thought you made balance. You're right at your 20. So probably gonna cut this s- small size, tiny size in this one. So Zing back. When is Zing gonna open? Or did it open? It's open. The next high is like 23, I believe. What happened? I set alert in it. So basically, yeah, well, you have this bar going back over here, but if you scroll out a little bit more, and I will pull this open to show you, you do have this kind of level, which is really close to that one. So I would say I would venture to call it around 23. Like I said, I have no idea if it's going to go there, but that is the next level. Like to see gold go back to highs. Of course, you always have psychological numbers. Okay, $5, $10, $20, all those big whole numbers right there are always going to come in play more so than your 17, $18 ones. So uh, who knows? You're gonna do a Friday afternoon sneak attack. But I sure wouldn't be shorting it. Barry,
I'm here.
How you doing, buddy? How about
Well,
that
thanks for
zing? Yeah,
well,
this.
thanks for telling me he was going to get through 18 because
I
I just
know.
mortgaged everything. And no, seriously, nothing is going to surprise me.
No.
I I think that could easily take out 20 later on. And it
Yeah.
got to
Oh, yeah.
1977. Nothing surprises me.
Well,
I
Barry,
mean,
the next high is around 23 if you look at it, you
yeah,
know?
I didn't
Yeah,
actually
I
go
mean, here
back
it
on a daily
is.
chart.
Yeah,
I,
look at
I
that.
only went to a monthly chart where I saw
Yeah.
54. So, but yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it is truly, truly unbelievable.
Crazy.
And look at the volume. I
I
mean,
know.
yesterday's volume was 105 million yesterday. And I'm sure people thought, well, how could it possibly exceed that? So we're at 75 million. It would not surprise me if it exceeds that. We need
Jeez.
another
No,
25
not at
million to
all.
go, especially if it gets close to that 20. But it's just insane. Look at the SPY though, also, Andy, and look at a SPY on a weekly chart. What do you see? Remember all last week how it was
Oh, yeah.
over.
Oh,
Everything was
yeah.
over. We're
Yeah.
going down below 500. We're in a depression, a recession. Everything was just going upside down, and we're right
Yep.
back up from whence it came, as I like to
Oh,
say.
yeah.
Unbelievable. We were
Crazy.
in. Those are the great bear markets. I love the 3-day bear markets that we get
Yeah,
into now.
I
It's
know. Yeah,
incredible.
yeah, yeah. It's crazy. It
It
really
is
is.
crazy.
I mean, it's gonna come to an end, obviously, but, who knows when? Who knows when?
When?
Yeah,
When?
who
And
knows?
and what does that even mean, coming to an end? Like a horrible end, or okay,
Yes,
finally we
yes,
have a
yes, yes. We're gonna have a depression type end at some
but
point because.
when?
Huh?
When?
Well, when they run out of liquidity. I mean, right? So, as long as they keep buying our bonds, I think everything's fine. Why you would wanna
Yeah.
buy, US bonds right now, I don't know. You're insane with our debt, but,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, but who knows when? I mean, trying to pick the top, it's just crazy, but I tell you
Yeah.
what, when it does come, I wanna be out of all my longs, but, uh,
But wouldn't you have thought it had come? Wouldn't you?
I really,
Seriously,
yeah, oh,
the
yeah.
SPY hit
Gosh, I've
down
I've been thinking
10%.
I've been thinking for years now. Luckily, I'm not putting my money where my brain is. I just keep playing buy the dip. Now, I did make some money shorting, the last in this time, but,
Mhm.
the problem is I was trying to fade back during here, so I gave some of that back, but,
Mhm.
I'm never, yeah, full blown short. I'm usually hedging, and then,
Mhm.
yeah, and then if I happen to get stopped out on my longs, I end up being short. But oh well, who
Oh,
knows,
well.
Barry? Who knows when it's going to end?
I don't,
Man,
yeah, I have no idea how many times I said "who knows" over the last 5 years. Who knows?
yeah,
Because it's just remarkable, absolutely
yeah,
remarkable. Because what was it, maybe a year ago when it got down underneath 500? That was supposed to be it, and
exactly.
and then, or actually 400. It got under 400. That
Just
was supposed to
crazy.
be it, and then of course it ran all the way. And oh well.
Yep.
Who knows? No, I'm watching that sing. I mean, I tell you, I need this to get a little more volume. It's only 725,000 shares on that 5 minute. We need about 10 million on the 5 minute, and then it'll probably pop through 20. But
Yeah.
just incredible.
It,
Okay,
it,
Andy,
it is. It
listen,
really is.
it really is, and I'm if it goes through 20, I'm back in. I really am.
There you go.
So there you go, sports fans. But don't take that as investment advice for sure. Okay, guys.
All
Oh,
right,
not guys.
Barry.
Just you, Andy.
Yes.
Thanks so much again for spelling me. Have a
Oh
great
yeah,
weekend.
you bet. You too. You do the same, and everybody out there do the same as well. Bye
All
bye.
right. Okay, guys. Back in both rooms and just getting my music going. As William said yesterday, you should always short highs of the lifetime highs. And I'm looking at. It's too bad I didn't see this just a little bit earlier on the 3 minute chart, because I would have taken this short, because look what happened right there, guys. Look at that short op right there and I'm kidding, William. I saw it here. This is where I saw it on the 5-minute chart. Still would have worked out not badly, but way better on the 3-minute chart, shorting around 67. And now we're, got down to 65, a $2 move down. And, but I was looking right there, but I thought it was just a little too late on the 5-minute chart. We have that orange bar. We only have the one intermediate bar between the orange and the purple, deep purple. But I just thought it might have been a little too late. And I was saying to Andy just before he left, nothing is going to surprise me. I mean, the high right here is 1977. I mean, if this pops through that and gets into 20s, I mean, this just keep going. Crazy as it sounds. I mean, I know it's up 288%, but it could keep going. But look at the volume. I mean, look at the volume yesterday, 105 million, 76 million today. At some point, sure, is there going to be a massive sell-off? But it's all a matter of saying, okay, yes, but when? This is not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. Never has been. Well, as you know, KV Ray, I mean, I don't get really into the prediction business like that, but let's just take a look at MRVI. Well, it looks like it looks like they are the ones in well, okay. So what do you really want me to say? So it looks like Regen. I thought you meant they were looking to buy somebody, but so their Regen is looking to buy these guys. So I don't know what premium they're willing to pay. Obviously, it's top 21%. I don't know. Is there a target on it? All depends on what the acquisition price is, and I don't see it, or the potential acquisition price is. I don't see what it is. There's no certainty that Maravai will agree to a deal with Repligen, et cetera. Also deliberating. I mean, so it's really up in the air whether it happens or not. Well, Sing may not get 220. What? I should have had a drop. Well, maybe I should have just said the heck with it on the HRB. This is now a beautiful, even a nice move from here. So again, orange, only one bar between the orange and the purple. And so you take the short at 65.85, moving down 65.85. Yeah. But would have been much nicer up here at 66.80. Look at that. Yeah, 66.80, 65.30 now, but a $1.60 move. Guys are talking about Sky T. Sky T. Yeah, big move here for Sky T for some reason. Some volume coming in. It has not traded very much today. That's on that 5 minute. There's 100. What time is it now? 104. Another half a minute for this to close. So there's 147,000 right there. So not quite half. Half the volume of the day is right there. Not quite half, but big chunk of the volume is right there. I'm surprised it didn't get halted. Another one just ripping. 22.8 million in the float. So low float, not crazy low, just low. Okay, guys, we'll put the link to get into the test drive and contest. You'll get the balance of today for the test drive until August the 26th, so almost the full time. You'll get the balance of today. And so when you click on it, you will see this is it's sponsored by Centerpoint. That was the anyway. Sign up for 777. That's the test drive itself. Okay, plus the contest. You can get into the contest next Wednesday, 21st to 23rd. That's Wednesday to Friday. It's a short only contest. Premium subscribers are you can get into the contest for no charge. Okay. If you're a standard subscriber, you'll pay the 777, but you might as well do it now if you're going to do it because you'll get upgraded to premium also until the 26th. Okay. So when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to worry. We're not putting you into a subscription. Okay. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We only do this. Well, we did it last month also. So we don't have these too often. Not the test drives, but we did have one last month. So if you're at all wondering about what Trade Ideas is all about, this is a good opportunity for 777 for the balance of today until August 26th inclusive. Okay. And now I'm on my homepage. You can find all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Plus, of course, more information, but certainly the scans that I'm sharing. So click on my homepage link. If you want to take out a subscription right now, obviously you can do so right there, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off first month only or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, even if you're part of the test drive, you haven't done this, you should do this to get started. Runs you through your download and install, first startup and login. Scroll a little bit down to the introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. It is a software program, so obviously there is a bit of a learning curve. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay. It's a series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together and all free. Stock of the day video, that's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education sections here. And we have a great user guide. You don't have to learn everything, of course, it's in the user guide, but there's that getting started again. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and also about stock racing. You see, I'm running a couple of races right there. You want to create your own watch list of stocks right here. And price alerts. I love putting price alerts on charts. But again, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. Last, if you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here is the middle section are my scans. And you can take a look at some of them. These are the two races, these two top races. These are the ones that I am displaying. Okay. Just toggle back and forth between the two of them. The momentum scan here, upside movers versus downside movers here, and the Halter zooms over here. I do have other scans, as you can see, that I am sharing. So you can take a look at some of them if you want. You want to ask me questions about them, go ahead. But my only thing is don't load them all and have them all in one giant layout. You will have way too much stuff going on. So again, if you have questions, don't be shy. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. And this is like this between Monday and Friday, or Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. approximately Eastern time. Okay, that I'm on the mic. Is external linking supposed to work on chart windows? You mean our charts? I doubt it, but why would you want to do that? I'm just no curious. Why would you want to do that? Why would I don't think so, but let me see if I can establish an external link. I don't think so. So why would you want to do that? I mean, see what happens. That change symbol box comes up. So that will come up, but why would you want to do that? So you're not talking external. Okay, thanks, Rady. You're not. Okay, maybe this is semantics, but just give me a moment. I just want to get rid of that link. To click on a chart, to click, don't understand what you mean. So here, okay, here's a chart. So I click on the chart. What do you want to happen? Or are you talking about clicking on, again, are we talking semantics here? Now, this is not a chart. This is a stock race, of course. When I click on it, it loads into the chart. I click on it. Sorry, I click on it and it loads into the chart. I click on anything, anything. I don't care if it's in a race, anywhere, it loads into the chart. Anything I click on. Is that not what you want? It's just about linking, of course. I mean, the only I have it symbol linked. Shows a symbol linking. So okay, so you're talking here in the single stock. Okay, again, might be just semantics, Rob. So when you say a single chart window, are you talking about the single stock window here that I'm hovering over? You're talking about this? Okay. So are you saying sometimes we have a list of stocks here? Well, it just did it for me. I've never tried that, to be honest, but it just did it for me. Here's Lyft. Click on Lyft, it loads. So are you saying it's not doing it for you? I've never tried that. I know we have a list of stocks, but I've never tried that. But maybe you have to go use symbol linking. Okay. Make sure use symbol linking is checked. But typically, the reason you got that checked is so that you want when you click on an alert outside of it, it's going to load in here, and that's what the so it's possible. Is it possible that it was unchecked? Because if I uncheck it, yes. I mean, if I click on something, it's not going to load in here. Is that what you meant? Okay. Okay, good. Boy, this was a nice runner too. I know I talked about this early on. This was an earnings play, and we had the transition right there from orange to blue. It didn't take off immediately, and it didn't take off immediately though. It did have a little jog down, but after that, look at this move. I'm just using it in the traditional way. Orange, aqua, blue. So you could have taken the trade right around here, 75.35. Put a stop here, 74.92, with the low of the candle, and you'd still be in the trade. I mean, do they all work that way? Of course not. I agree, KV Ray. I mean, I really mean it. If this gets back up over 19, the CING, and I think it could ease if it gets over 19, and with the volume, I think it could have a go at the high of the day, which is 1977. If it does that, I think there's probably I shouldn't say it like this, but there's almost no doubt it'll go through 20. But I shouldn't say it like that. Boy, another one halted on the way down, guys. ORKT halted on the way down. Orange Cloud Technology. There's no more Holly Auto Trade, Stephen. So, okay, no more Holly Auto Trade. I'm talking to Stephen in our YouTube room. Okay, no more Holly Auto Trade. Hasn't been for quite a while now. Not the way to use it. Would have loved to have been the way to use it, but it just isn't. Let me see this CING. Did it get? No, I was going to say, did it get closed? Oh no, no, don't be sorry. That's a good question. Don't be sorry. Welcome. Just talking to Stephen in our YouTube room. No, you don't be sorry for asking that question. We get the question all the time. So I was wondering, did it get close to the VWAP? But of course, the VWAP, nope, 1204. If it got close to the VWAP, it would be over. So you can see I've got a few price alerts set up here. Actually, I'm wrong. Those were the previous ones that triggered. So let me reset them. There's one at 1933, which is the high of these candles right there. Really mean it. If it gets back into the 19s on any sort of volume, this could really have an end of day run. I know it sounds crazy. It's up 272%. How could it have another end of day run? Well, stranger things have happened. Michael Noss, he posted something in our Slack that Starbucks added $42 billion to its market cap when they got that new CEO in from Chipotle. Turf the old guy, other guy. I don't know what happened to him, but it was abrupt. So imagine, so the new guy adding 42 billion. How's the old guy feel? A blow to his ego. How is Starbucks doing right now? Yeah, I mean, man, continuing to hold. I don't know Shady. I don't know enough about the guy, but Chipotle certainly dropped also though when the guy left Chipotle. So he must have had some status. He left Chipotle and Chipotle stock CMG went down, but that is a dramatic move. I mean, Starbucks moving 25% with that float. But again, I don't know enough about it. Know how, but had to have something to do with the fact that the guy came in. Well, guys, okay, guys, here we go. Sing over 19 now. Sorry. As they say, you're on your own on this one. Oh man. I should do pretty well for a guy who doesn't use hotkeys. Well, let's see now. I think Andy actually he expanded the daily chart a little bit more than I did. So I think he found a high of about yeah, right over I think he found a high of no, that's the same monthly high. So where is that high that he found? I think he found a high around look at the 200-day moving average. I wonder how many people thought 2 days ago that this stock had any shot to get up to the 200-day moving average, which is 128 when it was sitting at $2, $2. Um, but I thought Andy found a high of 22 somewhere. I don't see that, Andy. I see a high of on the daily chart of $36. Now I see the next high. I'm not saying it's getting there, but I see the next high of $36 on the daily chart. 24, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, he was right. I'm sorry. He had that 24. $24. Next high. 100%, Alex. At some point, they've been trying to short. Who has shorts available for this? I don't like outside of Centerpoint. If there's anybody with Centerpoint, probably there might be a few in the room that have Centerpoint. But how about William, Fidelity, and E Trade? My guess is no for CING. Certainly, none have been available all day at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, thanks, retired Fido. Yeah, there are none at Fidelity, none at E Trade. Yeah, Cobra, okay. We figured Cobra, Centerpoint, and Trade Zero probably have shorts available. I wonder what the well, okay, the fee rate at Interactive Brokers, if they could find shorts for you, is only 930%. Okay, Shady, I get your point. Let's see how much Starbucks hangs on, okay, to this level. Anyway, you're making your point. Okay, guys. Looking at H&R Block, see if it wants to have anything more to go down. Sure. On the GovX regarding GoNoGo. So here is okay. Was there a dramatic one? Let's see. So a dramatic one would have been an orange to blue. Okay, immediately. There was no dramatic one like that. Okay. However, at the beginning of the day, if you were really into this one at the very beginning of the day, so we had the orange on the 5 minute. Only the one. So it didn't go directly to blue. Just had the one stop. And so you could have taken the trade around here at 437, held on all the way up to 576. And then here is where it gets a little iffy, probably offloading some. Okay. And then maybe getting back in if you did offload some right here. And, so I mean, there were areas. Yeah, the light blue to dark blue indicates a possible long, exactly. But what we're finding is that if it goes from orange to dark blue immediately, that is a real sign to, really, really take a look at going long. Okay. But even an intermediate, even if there's just one, now look at it on the 3 minute and see how much of a difference there was. See, right off the bat, it was blue right off the bat. And so you could have taken this in theory around 367, rode it all the way up here to 576 before it started to, gently tell you, perhaps you better lighten the load here. Now later, if you weren't in this one right off the bat, right there, remember what orange means. Orange is stay trade. Basically, they don't see an advantage one way or the other. You have the transition. So you could have taken it right here around 534, and it got up to 598 before it, started to pull back a bit. And again, as I say, it doesn't necessarily going to work like this all the time. Neutral is orange. In other words, it's basically they don't see an advantage one way or the other, going short or long. Basically, stay out of the trade. Then when you start to get this first transition to the aqua, they're starting to say, okay, this trend is starting to look up a little bit better. And then blue, okay, we think we've got a strong trend going. So you can see how more powerful it would be. You don't get too many of them, though. Oh, yes. We'll have some of this left, guys. This CBLT held on through this. This is interesting. This was not telling me to get out of the trade. It was just telling me don't take the trade now. But yeah, so the orange then, if we find one going from orange to blue immediately without that without the intermediate step, that can be a really, really bullish on both sides though. Okay. So in other words, if you're looking to short, let's find something that it's looking for something that's down. Here's a good one right here. Okay. So here's the orange on the SIGA right here at around $11 or so. Okay, the orange, stay out of the trade. Now, okay, really start paying attention, okay, on that pink. And now deep purple, now is a real suggestion to perhaps go short. So if you'd taken it right here at 1056, before it really pulled up at all, man, it got down to 977. But even more powerful, had it gone from orange to purple without that intermediate step. So what we're finding, I mean, this is not I've been using this since that long, but Dip Buyer and myself are really, looking at this. If there's only one, bar between the orange and say the purple, or the orange and the blue, that's pretty. It's yes. Well, that's what it's talking about, Mike. When it starts to switch colors on you, it's telling you not necessarily just get out, but start to pay attention because the trend might be over for a while anyway. Okay, that's what it's trying to tell you. That big. So here, you're watching this. Should I take it off? Should I take some off? Right here, they'd be saying, you know what? You should probably lighten the load a bit. Now, had I been in this one, I would have been lightning probably on this bounce up. Of course, the trader in me is going to do something like that. But this is I'm loving it though. But it all depends on the time frame you use too. I mean, it can look very different. Even only difference between a 3 and a 5 minute time frame can look very different. I don't use a 1 minute, Stephen. I found it just too choppy in our YouTube room. Just found it too choppy. I was hard pressed to even use a 3. But listen, person wants to use a 1 minute on this, you'll obviously get into it potentially earlier, but you might get a lot of chop. Obviously, the longer the time frame, the more likely the trend is going to continue. The more likely, not a guarantee, but the more likely it'll continue. But you can't go too long. I started off trying this on a 15-minute chart, and it was just way too late. But my advice, people should just try, and determine what time frame they like. There's no there's no hard and fast rule. And we're also finding that, it's the larger cap ones that have typically can have, because they're not as volatile. I mean, it makes sense. They're not quite as volatile, obviously, as the stocks that you'll see here. You see, I mean, this is, I mean, it's interesting, the EBS. I mean, it could get going, but it's been, really kind of consolidating all throughout this area. It's trying to break out with that blue, and it might. I mean, it was super active at the beginning of the day. The monkeypox play, 1173 or so is the high. So and the monkeypox play. So if GovX is doing well, you would think EBS might start. I mean, it's up 18%. So for me, instead of having to stare at this chart, what I'd be doing is I would put a price alert, okay? A little, because if it takes this out on the upside, I would be putting a price alert, around 1040, okay? If we get the alert and I can see some volume coming in, and it obviously has to be a blue candle, our blue bar, then it gives me maybe the confidence to take the trade. Then you could probably put a pretty tight stop. Well, depends on what candle it happens. Like I don't want to have such a wide stop because now again, where are you going to put your stop? Boy, look at just give me one moment, please. Just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Actually, I can't hear you. Just different shoes then.
It helps your joints and your balance and your kind of like coordination. I'm going to show you some.
Okay. All right, guys. I guess you heard all that. I'm going to walk backwards now. So keep an eye on this EBS. I mean, if GovX is moving, this EBS could start to move also. And you can take a look at the CING. I mean, it's challenging that 20 again. It's a challenge. Did he say anything? Yeah, you're right. Goolsby talked at 125. Is he still talking? Obviously, it didn't affect the market. 125. I forgot about him talking. Wow, look at H&R Block. Nice short. Even the delayed one on the 5-minute. EBS also won 13 races. 13 races, and it's a large cap. That's probably the reason, guys. I mean, 51 million in the float. I think the GovX, of course, is a lot less, I believe. Yeah, 5 million in the float. So that's why it can really move, and great for you guys. Well, had an alert maybe here. 564. Looking at this chart right here on the 3-minute. On the 5-minute, yeah, a little earlier, believe it or not. We're on 540. Okay, Riley's starting to give it up, guys. So they had the news this morning that one of the co-CEO was maybe going to make a bid for them at $7 to take it private. But the market is starting to, I don't know. So this was this was it. Co-founder Bryant Riley. There you go. Well, okay, I guess he must be the B Riley. So he already owns 24% of the shares, but he's willing to buy every share he doesn't own for $7 a piece. The market is wondering, will that really happen? Oh, sorry guys, I'm a little upset with myself for not shorting HRB. Oliver. Right. Let's see. Well, CLBT, I don't have very much left, but still working nicely for me. CLBT, all about looking left, lots of room looking left that I can remember anyway. Okay, guys, sorry, I was watching H&R Block, wanted to see if it continued further down, but it actually had a bit of a pop. So, obviously, EBS is not triggered. Is not triggered, and in fact, it's starting to move down. So I guess it's not going to move now anyway. Boy, look at this Aspen. What a beautiful move from here. That little transition, 27.25, straight up on the 5 minute, even earlier. Interesting. Look at that. The transition was at 26.45 for Aspen on the 5 minute. It's almost straight up. Same one here. Okay. You just had that little jog here. You didn't have that on the 5 minute. Oh, man. Captain Para. Calling Captain Para. So look at this one, guys. I meant to keep watching. Well, it hasn't moved that much, but they're on QXO on the 3 minute. We got the change from orange directly to blue. And that was at, on the 3 minute chart, that was at 124. between 121 and 124, we had that transition. Direct without any intermediate step. So you would have taken that trade at the high here, right? Because you have to wait for the candle to close to make sure it does remain blue. So say 1204, it actually dropped down a little bit. So you had all sorts of opportunity to take it at 12, and it gets up to 1226. I don't know where it's going. Of course, this got hammered down. Back here on the 29th or the 30th. Oh, definitely, Mike. Definitely. It either keeps me out of trades, or more importantly, it keeps me out of trades. It keeps me out of things that I may have got into before. Quick question, Angie. Quick question. There's no such thing. But okay, so as long as you can have like a column of stocks that you can easily copy like sort of like an Excel. And so if you have a column of stocks from your brokerage platform, okay, that you can copy, then yeah, no, there's no issue whatsoever. You can easily do it. So if you can do something like this, well, unfortunately, I'm not. Well, I'll show you down here. You see how I can highlight all this? So if you can do something like that in your brokerage account, highlight the symbols, okay, copy them, and then you know how to create a watch list in Trade Ideas? You know how to create a watch list in Trade Ideas? Oh, okay, perfect. Then you just create your watch list, give it whatever name you want in Trade Ideas, and then paste those symbols in. Now you've got your top list. No, now you've got your symbol list, okay, your watch list in Trade Ideas, and then just attach it to it. No, but I'm just saying when you do, so you'll create your symbol list, your watch list in Trade Ideas of your symbols from your brokerage account. Now, once you've done that, then you just have to attach it to a top list window. You know how to do that. Just attach it to a top list window. So imagine, okay, if you're not, okay, great. So now you've attached it into your top list window, and then you just right click and launch the real-time stock race. And now you can put whatever parameters you want in terms of how you want to run the race. You know, the time period, how long do you want to run it? What is it based on? I like to do it the change, like the stock that are moved the most since the race started. But there are other things you can do, but I've never tried them. You're welcome. Now, I will ask the question, what is your broker's watch list? Why can you not create the same one within Trade Ideas? Just out of curiosity. No, Mike, that's the reason I'm here, okay? Just because I may have answered something like that before, but if you didn't hear, that's fine. So when you say, how do you get to your other charts? Let's see, first of all, let me open. Okay, so now you have to click on one of these alerts in here, and now it turns into the go chart. Now, what's your question? Okay, how do I get to my other charts? What other charts are you talking about? You're talking about if this is your channel you have open and you've got other charts here. Well, you can always minimize this, I suppose, if that's what you mean. You only have one monitor. You don't have to have this channel open though the whole time. You can take this chart out of the channel, which is exactly what I did here. Okay, so you can take the chart. Okay, well then why don't you just put, if you have, I mean, again, I don't know what your setup is exactly, but I have 3 monitors. So if I wanted to see these charts all the time, I can just, take this entire channel and move it over. But is there a reason why you need to have the channel open? Is there any reason why you want to have this channel open? So what you can do is right click and duplicate into a free floating window. Okay. So because what that'll do, it'll take the chart and it'll take it out of the channel. So if I right click, duplicate into free floating window. So now here it is. Okay. Now it's free floating. Now I can just shut this down. And if I wanted to, which is what I've done, I've taken every chart and I've turned it into a go chart. Just I can duplicate this. Obviously if I duplicated it 3 times, then I could just size the charts, put them like I've done if you want, change the time frames, of course. I also have a bunch of thumbnail charts that I've done the same thing on. Good. No, you're not an idiot. Don't beat yourself up. Well, then save your layout. Yes, you file, save layout. Now, 2 ways you can do it. You can say file, save layout. Okay. And then you can give it a name. You can call it Mike's layout, whatever. Okay, that's going to save it to your computer, but you should also save things to the cloud. Okay, and then file, save or share to cloud. So 2 ways. Save your layout. You can save it to your local computer, to your computer, and then but file, save or share to cloud. And now, more than likely, you'll probably want to click on entire layout and then give it a name. Mike's Traded Is layout. Probably give it a date, so and then save it to the cloud. Save. So it's in your cloud. If anything happens, and by the way, if anybody's part of this test drive, okay, anything you do in the test drive, make sure you save it to the cloud, because at some point in the future, if you decide you want to take out a subscription, all you have to do is, as long as you use the same email chart or email that you use to sign up for the test drive, if you do take out a subscription, everything you did in the test drive will be available to you. It'll be in your cloud. Okay. So I don't have my layout exactly full on fire. I have the individual scans that you can pick and choose what you want. Yeah, if you save it like I just did, yes, it'll always be a go chart. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. Like this layout that you see here. This is a layout I use every day now. Well, when the market opens, and the go remains. It doesn't go back into the old charts, and then I have to do anything. It'll be saved as a go chart. Well done, guys, on the GovX. So FinFan Forever, if you're still here, you should take a giant bow. I know somebody gave you a bit of grief a couple of days ago, thinking you were pumping it. So again, full on fire. All you have to do is go to my homepage. So go to my homepage and click on the homepage link. And here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, just go down middle section. Here are the scans. And so the ones the ones that you can actually see are these ones. The top, these two races on top here, toggling back and forth between them. The momentum scan is here. Upside movers versus downside movers is here. And then here's the halt resumes. That's what you can actually see. I do have other scans that I'm sharing, and they're all here. I like to do it this way because not everybody wants all the scans I've got. I like to, you can, hopefully I name them correct. I name them so that it makes sense. So you can always take a look at them. And if it makes sense for your trading style, you can have them. And to think I was planning you, I remember you were saying you were going to swing it, but obviously I guess you didn't, but I'm sure you've been in and out a million times, or at least 5. Yeah, I can explain. Well, the docking, it's got really nothing to do with the, I mean, as I explained, you have to take the chart out of the GoNoGo channel, take it out, get it into a free floating. But I can explain now. I will show you how to dock. Okay, docking is not necessary, but I will show you how to dock. But I also want to make sure that you know where to find the reference to everything I'm saying because you're going to forget. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down until you see the education section, click here on the education section, and then click on the user guide right here. And then just give me a moment so I can stretch this out. There you go. So where is docking? There's docking, okay? So I just show you this because you should have a reference, okay, to what I'm going to say because you might forget. I'm sure you will forget. I would forget. Okay, so but there is the guide on how to dock. But I will show you very quickly how you can create a dock. Again, this is not mandatory. Notice I've got free floating charts. Okay, I don't dock everything. But this is how you do. This is what you do. So if you click on new and where it says docked window, click on the docked window. Now it showed up on my other monitor and you'll see a little pop-up. It'll say dock window title. Okay. And I always put, so I'm going to call it test. This is on my other monitor. I can't bring it over until I actually call it test or whatever I want to name it. So there it is. This is the dock window. So let's say I wanted to put this one in. Okay, this is free floating. I want to put it in here into test. So I right click on it and see where it says duplicate into, that's what you name it, duplicate into test. So here it is. Okay, there it is. Like earnings plays down. This is on another monitor I've got. Right click, duplicate into test. So here they are. Now you can leave them like this, just tab format, toggling back and forth. But most people probably want to see, all the symbols all the time. And so now this is where it gets tricky. And now understand, you just keep duplicating. You can, like, I can put this chart in there. Right click, duplicate into test. Okay, so here's the chart. Now, Here's where it gets tricky, is to arrange it the way you like it. So let's just say I wanted a normal option activity. You left click on it, hold it, and then see how this, you get a little icon that pops up with different arrows. So if I want to put it below where it is now, below the earnings plate, it'll go down here. Chart is still here, okay. Charting is bad because, I mean, I'd have to size this. I mean, it's not bad, but I'd have to try to size this. If I wanted earnings plate to be to the right of this chart for whatever reason, okay, grab it and just move. It's tricky, okay? Now I can move it. There we go, see? So now the chart is smaller, of course. If I want the chart here, down here, on the right side of a normal option activity, I left click and I grab it. I remember now, I'm keeping the left click held down on my mouse, and I just position it where I want. And it didn't work because I let it go to, there we go. And that can happen. So that can happen, you know, by releasing it too quickly or something, and it all of a sudden you go, whoops, how come it's free floating again? No problem. Just grab it again and you know, basically put it where you want using these arrows. So that's why it's a little tricky, okay, but certainly it can be done. And I like to name my dock windows, starting off with dock. The reason being, and by the way, let me just get this out of the, I want to duplicate it into a free floating window. I want to take it out. So I like to name it dock, starting off with dock, because then if I want to search, for my docked windows, I just have to click on File, load from cloud, because I've saved everything to the cloud, of course, load from cloud, and then search. And then all I have to do is type in dock, D-O-C-K, and here are all my dock windows, okay? It's up to you, of course, but that's what I like to do. So again, if you wanted to have these, you know, some like what I've done here, it's the same thing. It's, you know, just the same thing. Just give it another, you can give it another name if you want. I like to break these up. I mean, I didn't have to. I could have created one giant dock with everything in it. I just decided to create two. Any promotion from Centerpoint during this contest? Well, I think if you finish in the top 2 or 3, you might win a subscription to Trade Ideas, Shika, I think. You have to read the, just give me a moment. I just want to load it and see what it actually says. So if you click on the contest link, so compete against other traders in a short-only contest, prove your trading skills and win up to $49,000 in prizes. Okay, so what that means, grand prize, $4,000 Amazon. So they're sponsoring this. Okay, so Centerpoint is sponsoring it. Okay, so this is what it is. The top 3 winners, up to a $15,000 in trading credits from Centerpoint to the first. You're going to read all this. Okay, so to answer your question, yes, there is a promotion. You just have to read all this. No, Lanny. This is 100% separate. This is a standalone platform. Okay. This is a standalone scanning platform. So Lanny was asking, are we part of Schwab? No, no. We're a standalone. Now, Centerpoint, the deal we've got with Centerpoint, I think if you're a Centerpoint subscriber, you get access to our standard service, but we are a standalone company. Can non-US citizens join Centerpoint? I don't really know. I think, well, I'm in Canada. I think Canadians, I don't know where you are, Mac, but I think Canadians now, I think they have access to Centerpoint. I think, maybe wrong. Yeah, it's the full premium service, Grumpy. And GovX just got halted on the way up. How to read the bottom? Are you talking about this one right here, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, Shika? Is that what you're talking about? Question from our YouTube room. Okay, so this is what we call a compare count window, okay? And basically what it is, it's just a different way of presenting the data. Let me get it outside the dock. Now notice what happens when I started this from 9:30, and since 9:30, 91% of the stocks have been green versus only 9% red. Okay. Yes, 791 right now. Okay, 791 right now. Question was, where could GovX open? Halted at 798. But this changes, of course. So right now it's not giving. I don't know if this is the first time it's been halted. So what this is it's like taking two competing strategies, Shika, okay? Or two competing scans. If I right click on this and I click on configure, I've got green data, red data. Okay, so basically what this is, if I take a look at the configuration that I've got, this is just an alert window. You create an alert window, and what I'm looking at here, new highs. So the alerts are new high, new pre-market high, post-market high. I'm not even sure. I don't really use it in the pre and the post, but I do have it here. These are the filters that I'm using. But really, what it's all about, you can create your own alert window, of course, with the parameters that you want. And then then you can sort of contrast it or compete with another scan that is basically the opposite. So the opposite meaning this: what can be flipped will be flipped. What do I mean by flipping? So you can obviously flip a new high of the day to a new low of the day, pre-market high, pre-market highs to lows. I can flip the price was up 2%. I can flip it to down 2%. Okay. And that's it. So that's what I can flip. So imagine then I'm going to run a scan that has these values, these parameters with these real-time alerts versus the same type with just basically the opposite, new lows. So because if I click on the red data configure, notice how this is flipped. New low, new low, new low, and down at least 2% from the previous close. So it's just kind of a way. I know some people like to maybe take a look at some large cap stocks and see what's happening. The number of large caps going up versus large caps going down, things like that. I don't, but that's really what it's all about. And then this is a crawl, and this is a real-time crawl. So as the stock makes a new high for the day, you get it here. And if it were red, it would be a new low for the day. But you can see not many have come through today. I mean, this has been overwhelmingly positive with stocks that meet these filter requirements versus the stocks that meet these filter requirements. Does that make sense? Just another way of presenting our data. A lot of people are used to a crawl. So it did open, yeah, and yeah, so it popped, so it got halted at what, at 798, so it opened above. And it's interesting because it doesn't have any real news on its own. It is just not really in terms of experience reading it. It's just a crawl. I mean, it's just a different way of presenting the data. You don't have to have it. I just decided to do this because I wanted to show people, the different ways in which you can present the data. I mean, this is just a more traditional way. Okay, but this is just a crawl, and you can click on it. You click on any symbol. Okay, I mean, it's all clickable. So you see something crawling through. How I really like to see it also is look at, I mean, all these stocks, most of what has been coming through here has been positive. What if I do see a red one? I want to click on that one because this is really going counter. I want to find out, well, why is this one red? Just not getting any. Or if the market were moving down and you get most of this would be red, and then all of a sudden you see a green one. I wouldn't worry about this. I don't even look at this. Okay, I don't even look at this at all. All I really look at is the crawl and, pay a little bit of attention just to see, which ones are, which way is the market going for this type of a scan. I wouldn't even, there's probably even a way I can get rid of this. I don't even look at it. I guess I think I've probably trained my eye not even to see this because it doesn't mean anything to me. It might mean something to somebody else, but it means nothing to me. So I actually don't even see it. Okay, guys. Well, I'm still thinking that this CING could get through 20 later, believe it or not. Now, because I'm saying that, what I think could happen, it doesn't mean I'm going to take it right now because I think it's going to happen. I don't. I'm just have a price alert set around the 20 level and see if it takes it out again. That's all. It doesn't mean I'm not thinking it's going to. I think it could do it. Okay, I'm not trying to weasel out of it. I'm just saying because if you're listening to me thinking, well, if I think it's going to go over 20, why don't I take it right now at 1889? It's because I will wait for a more confirmation. That's all. Really, Sheikha, I'm loving the bar chart. I'm loving the bar chart. I mean, I don't think it makes that much difference because really all you're doing is looking for a change in color. So what difference does it make whether it was a candlestick or a bar chart? Look at ORGN as an example. So you see this change, and I mean, you just hover. You can see what the price is. I actually started using a bar chart before we got the GoNoGo because I knew that the GoNoGo was going to be a bar chart. And so I don't know, a couple of weeks before we actually had the GoNoGo charts, I was using a bar chart, and I really like it better than a candlestick chart. So even if somehow, GoNoGo disappeared for me, I would still use I would use a bar chart. I think it looks cleaner, but that's me. And this is from somebody who's used a candlestick chart for decades, it seems. Okay. I didn't even really know what this would look like because I've never used a bar chart before. Once I realized also, Sheikha, once I realized, that I could actually see the close in the chart rather than having to hover over the chart and look at the open, high, low, close, and I could actually see just by seeing the little line on the right or the little line on the left. I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. I thought that was really cool. Wow. So look at this transition, this NFE. I know some of you guys have been following with this one. Wow. Look at that transition right there. So on the 3-minute chart, transitioning from the pink to the deep purple at 1342. Nice move down to 13. On the 5-minute chart, about the same, 1347. So about the same. So, William, what is on your agenda today in terms of keeping the room open? All right, guys. So, yeah, I only trade stocks. I don't trade options. We do have some option filters. I don't trade options, though, at all. But we do have some option filters that can, I suppose, help people who trade options. I've had people say, I mean, I can't verify that because I don't trade options, but I've had some people tell me that, yeah, I trade options and I can use your filters to at least find the stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. These are the these are the option filters that we have. If I right click on this alert window, oh, guys. Okay, EBS on the move here. So EBS, a bit of a lagger. No, it didn't. Well, for whatever reason, it didn't pass the filter requirements, Corvette. You know, all filters have, or all the strategies have certain filters that have to be passed, and for whatever reason, Sing, GovX, and EBS did not. Boy, I'm watching this EBS now right now, guys. Yeah, the VWAP is 1054, so it'd be a good idea for it to clear the VWAP. The next high looking left is 1290, so it would be a good idea. Well, they're proprietary, Corvette. I don't know what the filters are. In most of the time, like I know in Holly Neal, the ones that show up in the Holly Neal, there has to be a big gap. But I don't know what the filters are. I don't see them. No, Michael created them, and I really don't know what the filters are. And even if I did, I couldn't tell you because, you know, it's all proprietary. But my guess on the GovX, as an example, knowing a little bit about how it works, come on. So it looked like there wasn't a big gap on the open, okay? There wasn't a big gap on the open, so I think that's probably why. No, I won't exit on the first one, but all it does is it's just telling me, okay, be aware, okay? Be aware that this is happening, that the trend may be slowing down. So if I saw a bunch of them in a row, but you know, they were also still kind of stacked, almost like consolidated, I would not get out of the trade. But if all of it, I think my get out is if that turquoise bar breaks down, say below the low of the previous blue bar, then I will start to, if I haven't taken anything off at all, I will probably take some off. It's a feel thing for me. Believe me, it's a feel thing. But no, I do not exit at the first turquoise. No, not at all. It's just, remember, all it's doing is a bit of a warning. Okay, guys, you know, maybe the trend is now starting to slow down. So let me get back. So here are the option filters. So we have the put call ratio, some obvious ones. Okay, we have the put call ratio, we have the option volume today, we have the put and call volume today. These are the two working in tandem, the option volume contracts. This is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this is the key one, option volume today percent. So for instance, if you use this filter and say put 300%, a ratio of 3, and some stock has normally traded 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, in order for you to see that stock today, it would have to trade 15,000 contracts min, okay, 3 times. So what you can use this for is to show you stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Now that may or may not help you trade the option. Can I look at NNE? Any chance? There's always a chance, Stephen. Let's take a look at NNE. Well, right now it's telling me it wants to move down. Right now, you know, with that big deep purple, that is a. In fact, that went from orange to purple, jog up. But I mean, this is definitely not something that looks like it wants to move up anytime soon. Look at the 5-minute. Look at the daily. Look at the weekly. It would really need a catalyst. The bloom appears to be off, this little sector called the little micro reactor sector, SMR. That was the other one, of course. Whoa, so that popped right up on you. So you must be out of the trade. If I'm reading it right, Shady, you were shorting at 760. It got down here, or right here, I guess, and then it popped right back up over 838. Or am I wrong? Give me a moment. Okay, Monique. So, guys, I think I will hang around a little bit longer today, just to answer some questions if you have any. You need a code for the test drive? No. Just click on the link and you can sign up for the 777. So you don't need a code. What's not option trading, Mina? The option filters. So when you say, you mean the filters that I showed you, that I was showing? You can't find those? Okay. So this is a good question, and let me explain a couple of things. So if you're wondering if Trade Ideas has something, okay, best thing to do is go to an alert window and right click and click on the configure, and then we want to search. So for instance, you wanted options, okay? Just type in options, see if we have anything in the search term. So I start typing in options, and here they are. Okay, here they are. If I wondered, well, what does Trade Ideas have for MACD? Type in MACD is what we have. What do they have for RSI? This is what we have. Now, if you want something that's not here, we don't have it. You can't make it up, okay? So in other words, if you wanted the 20-minute RSI, we don't have it. If you're looking for the Ichimoku, well, I start typing in, and we don't have anything on that as an example. So all I'm saying is that this is instead of wondering if we have something, again, all you have to do is go to an alert window, right click, configure, and then search. And then just type it in. And you'll see what we have. SMA. Let's take a look at SMA. We got a ton of stuff on SMAs. Okay, this is all the SMA stuff we've got. Okay, Mina, but that makes sense. You just start typing in options, and here they are. I think we actually do have an option channel. At least we used to. Let me just see. But we don't scan for options. We don't scan for options, okay? Unusual options, okay? So I think that you may not have seen it because you have to click the show more. And you go to the dock channel bar. So I'll do it again. So click on new and then dock to channel bar. Okay. I have to keep saying that because some people click on the channel bar and then click on the show more. And then they're down here. Unusual options. Okay. Again, all that means is just stocks that are having abnormal option activity. That's what it means. You too, Katie Ray. Have a nice weekend. Guys, at CING, it's getting frisky again. Hanging around the 19 level. And you can see it's moved 6.4% since the race started 3 minutes ago. It's really trading in this nice, well, for it, a nice tight range here. You can imagine what could happen if all of a sudden we get a big bunch of volume coming in. Are you talking to me, Jackson Hole? No, I'm in Canada, but I know it's a beautiful spot, but I'm in Canada. Oh, I see. I thought you meant, am I going to Jackson Hole? I don't know. Maybe. Wow, this is a strange looking one, this alt. Very strange looking one. Look at these giant orange candles, then the transition, and then the blue, but all pretty big candles. And big pop for some reason on the alt. $20. I have to laugh, when B. Riley's putting in these, B. Riley, who's in disarray, but $20 maintaining. This was not today. It was on the 12th. $20 price target for alt. Yeah, I know. I don't have shorts for GovX. At least I don't think I do. No. Now, this does have shorts, okay? For me, anyway. Interactive Brokers has 300,000 shorts available. I'm just wondering, is there any reason for this pop? Got nothing to do with monkeypox, right? This is this isn't a well. I guess it's one of those obesity drugs. All right, guys. Are there any more questions? I may pack this in today or for the day. Just give me a moment here, guys. We've got a scan here, so I want to take a look at it. Back an hour. Okay, so Michael has been, Captain Michael has been working on the scan, and he's giving me a screenshot of some of the ones that came through. I just have to adjust push it back an hour, he says. Okay. So let's take a look at a couple of, like EBS. I want to take a look at EBS. Just give me a moment. So EBS, and I believe this is all on a 3-minute chart. So let's take a look at EBS. If I type it in right, I'll get it. Okay, EBS 1206. So that would have been 1106. Aha, there it is. Okay, so there it is. And so you could have taken this one on a short at say 1021, and I got down to 960. Very cool, very good, very good. Okay, so what we're looking for is the transition from orange to deep purple for the shorts and orange to blue for the longs. So that one would have worked. And then look, they're not all going to work. What the scan is picking up though is this, okay, the transition. So let me take a look at PSNL. I don't know if it's on the long side or the short side. And that was at 1109. Aha. I guess he's made it so we can do the one. I mean, not bad, because remember, you have to wait for that candle to close. I'm assuming you have to wait, but so I guess he's made the scan, so we will see one or none. Okay, one or none. So if you take it at 576, and it popped up here, but it wasn't telling you to get out. Okay, remember the way this works, not telling you to get out. Didn't turn pink, which I had it turn pink, I probably would have got out. But hold on, so 576 down to 546, 30 cents, 550 stock. That's not bad. Very cool. Let me take a now. Here's the CING. Let's take a look at the CING. He's got a whole list of stocks for me to look at. Okay, at 1224, so that'd be 1124. All on the 3-minute. Yeah, right there. Right there. Talk about a good one right there. We saw this one. I mean, I saw this one when I was going back in time, kind of think, I wonder where we could have got in. So another good one. So he's been able to, make it so that it's one or none. And so you take that trade right there at 1187. And before you get any sort of action here, 1187, wow, up to 1704. Sorry, guys, I'm retiring next week if I have this scanned. Let's take a look at another one. SIGA, SIGA. SIGA, okay, at 1212. 1212. Oh, I have to remember. Yeah, here it is, another one. Wow. You told me to subtract. To get the Eastern time, I had to subtract an hour. Here's another one. Wow. I mean, so you take the trade right here at 1042. No, you don't get out. You don't get out. You don't get out. You don't get out. 1042 and then 946. Now at this point, you start thinking. I know what I'd be doing. Probably would not wait for it to come back up to 10, but I'm going to just keep going. Don't tell me they're all going to work. How about Tesla, guys? I know some of you like to play Tesla, so let's take a look at Tesla. So Tesla at 939. All right, well, you can see exactly what happened. Orange, only one. You take the trade here at 217, and it goes up to 219.85. I mean, it's pretty good, I guess. Well, it should. It should, Captain. I mean, he's just showing me the screenshot of what happened. It should be a real-time alert. It should be a real-time alert. Otherwise, yeah, it has to be. Now, here's an interesting one, space, okay? The reason I say space is because this is what I'm looking at. See if I can actually show it without divulging anything. Let me take a look at what was the one I want? Space. I want to look at space. Yeah. So this is what he showed me. Okay. Nothing. This is what I'm doing. So these would have been all real-time alerts, I'm assuming, and he's just giving me a screenshot of what happened. Okay, so that's all I'm doing. I'm just typing in the symbols, and as you can see, every one of them worked so far. Again, I don't think they're all going to work, but let's take a look at space. The reason I want to look at space is because there were two at 1048 and 1051. Let's see what happened. 1048. Okay, I see what happened. So we had the orange and went right to purple. This one kind of did nothing. I would say it did nothing. And then the second time we had only the one. It went from purple to just one, and then back here. So this one, I mean, it was okay, I guess. I mean, you could have got in at on the first one. Yeah, I mean, this one, no, it was flat, but it's not killing you so far, anyway. Let's take a look at Microsoft, a more expensive one, Microsoft. At 945. All right, so there's your transition. There's your orange, one, red or purple. I mean, it would have been okay. I mean, it's certainly not going to kill you. 418.68, and it got down to 417.25 before it started to move. I mean, this would be incredible if every one of them at least moves in the direction you want for a while. And if it doesn't work and it just takes you, and then it goes right back up to where you bought it, get out. If the move wasn't that big. Yeah, let's take a look at Palantir. Now, I noticed he didn't put enough. He didn't put a price range in probably because he's got some. He's got Google and Microsoft. I mean, that's not my cup of tea, but you know what? Doesn't matter. I don't have to. I don't have to look at those ones. But let's take a look at Palantir, 933. Yeah, right there. So it's actually. I asked him to take the pre-market into account. Okay. So you had the orange. Look at this. You had the orange. One. You take the trade here at 31.54 before it pulled back at all. I mean, not bad. It got up to 32. And now this is the area where it's saying, okay, be careful. But if you held on to some, it goes up to 32.44 from 31.54, so about a dollar move. I've basically gone over. Okay, here's a cheaper one. Let's see what happened with Lunar. Okay, here's a cheaper one. And so Lunar was at 10.57. You just see it. I mean, you just see it right there. I mean, I don't even have to look at the time or check the time. I just see it right there. Orange, one here. So you take the short at 413. I mean, not bad. I mean, it gets down to 4. You hold on. Okay. This is not telling you to get out yet. Moves down to 396. I mean, nothing fantastic, but what I'm liking is that they seem to move in the direction, at least for a while. No, so Troy, what I've asked Michael to do is to create a scan to look for that pattern. Okay. And this is, let's take a look at this, another cheap one. My feeling is that the cheap ones are not going to be as good. They're not going to get the biggest range, but let's just take a look at LGCL. Again, that was the last one. That's 1136. All I have to do is I can see it right there, right there. So you have a transition. Now this one would have been a little bit difficult. I have to ask them if the bar has to close. You're not putting together the list. No, this would be a scan of some sort. So I have to ask them, does the bar have to close before you get the alert? Because the idea then you'd have to take the trade at 195. Well, not bad. I mean, it got down to 168. But I'm going to ask him that. Oops. Yeah, I'm almost 100% sure that it has to close because, yeah, I'm not even going to ask him the question. It's dumb to ask the question because at this point, for instance, you don't know, where was it? Oh, daily chart. right here. So you don't know that's going to be a red bar, okay? All you know is that it's breaking down below the low of that orange candle, but at that point, that doesn't necessarily mean that was a purple bar, a deep purple, okay? And it could have turned purple right here, but then maybe it pops up, maybe the price goes up, and so it's not purple anymore. All this makes sense. So you really so I think the only way the scan can first of all, and give me a moment to answer my own question. Yeah, so these prices are basically the trigger prices, I guess. I have to figure that out a little bit better because you want to take a look at string again. Exactly, Pepe. Yeah, that's I was going to ask the question, but it makes no sense. You have to let the bar close to make sure it maintains that color. Let me take a look. Now I want to get a better handle on what the prices are because this would be the alert price. I figure that. Let's take a look at 24. 1124. Okay, so there was the transition. So there's the closing of the bar. That closing is about 1101. Okay, what I have to figure out is maybe you guys can help me here because I can see that 11. I don't know what the trigger price is. I don't know what. Well, okay, let's take a look here. 1052. No. So you can see right there, the high is 11, but the trigger in theory would be up here. Okay, 1188. So I'm eyeballing it. So maybe maybe that is the trigger price, 1182. So that's when you would get the alert. I don't know what that 1165 is, to be honest. So I'm going to ask him that because I'm not sure what these in 1052. Yeah, I don't know what these numbers are. Speaking of CING, they just got halted. I guess on the way down. Figure out what that number would be. Pretty convinced that that would be the alert price right there, and that seems to be around 1182. Oh, there it is. I don't have to see. So okay, so that is definitely the alert price, 1182. The high of the candle, okay, because I can see 1182 there, and that I just don't know what the other three numbers are, the 1165 and the 1052. Okay, I'm just going to ask him just a clarification of what those numbers are. So you can see that the first alert happened. Well, I can see for Google, for instance, at 9:33. I don't know if he's just giving me the morning, but there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. About 16 alerts, okay, but there were a couple of, but Sing, actually, let's take a look at Sing. Ooh. Well, let's take a look. Open, high, close. You are right. Yeah, you're right. And because yeah, 10:52 is the open, is the low. Yeah, 10:52 is the low of that candle, and that is marked. And then 65. What is 65? 11:65 is the close. Aha. Okay. I'm gonna delete that question. Thank you, as always, Pepe. Coming off out of bed. That's exactly what it is. So actually, this is interesting because what it's telling you, you have the three numbers: the open, sorry, the close, the high, and the actual trigger. So the high was 1182. That was the trigger. It didn't close there though. Remember, this is only a 3-minute chart. It closed at 1165, so a little bit below the trigger price. That's where it closed, and they just had to wait, and then boom. Now, I also want to take a look at earlier because it also had this one earlier, CING earlier at, see exactly where it was. I don't even have to, here we are. This was on a short, I guess. You're going crazy. Okay, 901 would have been the trigger. Makes sense. It couldn't have been there. Looks like this was a short off. Not that it really, it didn't really do anything. It was flat, 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 flat. Wow. This is really interesting, guys. Now we're testing this on a 3-minute chart. Well, I think starting at 9:30, 9:33 actually, okay, 9:33. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 between 9:33 and 9:33 and 11:33. So in 2 hours, 16. Okay, and then we had a couple of duplicates. So with Sing, CING, and space. So I would say a very, very manageable number. Very manageable number. And you can always, you don't want to trade if a person doesn't want to trade, Google at $161 or DoorDash at 128. You can you can't specify. We'll never be able to specify the price range. Okay, No, you won't be able to customize it, but I'm pretty pumped. You know, the other one I wanted to see is JMIA. There's another one that was alerted. Yeah, as you said, you could trade options on those, I suppose, if you want. So JMIA, let's see where I won't even look. 11:45, 10:45. Gonna jump right out at you, right here, right here. Now, this bar is pretty wide, and so that would be, this is where I think the trader in you has to come into play, because if you had a giant orange bar and then a giant transition bar and then a giant blue bar, you'd probably, probably not going to take the trade, or you're going to be really, really careful about it. But let's take a look. You would have had the alert at 5:34. And it got up to 5:45. Not me, no big deal. So if I had been looking at this, I would have been thinking, I think that's just too big. But I don't want to ask him. I don't want to tell him, okay, you have to restrict the size of this. He won't ever talk to me again. Not to start off with, anyway. But the bottom line is, it worked. Not to a huge degree, but it worked. And everything has at least a relative. Okay, the relative volume now is only 1.27, but when that happened, because I have a relative volume, I think I told them make it a minimum of 3. I think. I'm just looking, and we actually have a thread now. I don't see it, like a Slack thread. I just don't see it. I'm telling you, I mean, I would just then wait all day, just wait for those and don't do anything else. I mean, I say that now, but by the way, look at SIGA. Yeah, look at SIGA right now, SIGA, and oh no, it's 2. See, now we start to say, okay, Michael, how about, well, here it is, actually, right there. But you see how wide that bar is. There's another that would have been right there. Or 1 bar. But you got to wait for this bar to close. So see, this is a case in which you just can't, you probably cannot do it. You'd be chasing it. Hmm. So what I jokingly saying, okay, how about Michael? How about just 2 bars or two pinks? Of course, this is different. This is different. This is different. This is more for now. I got to ask him about bounce scans. But let's get this one done. What could we charge just for that scan alone? Hmm. Just give me a moment, please. I'll say to 4 o'clock today. A long time. That would mean I could get up, 6:30 my time. Get up at 6:30 my time, turn on my computer, just wait for those to happen. Got a couple years of my lifespan. And I guarantee that, these guys who created it have no idea about this. The reason I can say that with, certainty is that they created this for swing trading, nothing to do with day trading. We just asked them, "We have it, can we try it with day trading?" Sure, why not? But we don't. They've never even tried it for day trading because they're not day traders at all. You'll be my clone, Draw. I will, W my clone. How's that? Now, wouldn't it be funny if okay, we would have got the alert right there. Wouldn't it be funny if it's just ripped from 1046? Uh-huh. It's not available, Nina. This is in not even alpha, whatever. This is like pre-alpha stage. Yeah, I wish, Hermes. I wish I could get up. You're talking 2:30 in the afternoon. No, when you've been getting up at this time, as many years as I've been doing it, I don't sleep in on the weekends. I can't. Well, I'll start working for those guys. Oh, sorry. Now I see where the thread is. Oh, I see. You meant 2:30 in the morning. Yeah, no, it's impossible. Ah, here's some later ones he's showing me too. Let me just take a look at some later ones. Look at BNO, the Bank of the Brent Oil Fund. Okay, well, how about that? The Brent Oil Fund. Yeah, so right there, I can see it right there. So there's your transition. You take this trade right here at $30.80, and it made 7 cents, but it went up. Okay, let's take a look at another one. PSNL, PSNL. You can see the transition right here on a short. So yeah, this is, again, wouldn't kill you. You would have got in at 567. Yeah, and then the minute it starts doing all this, you're going to get out, I think, anyway. I guess what I'm not seeing is that you get in and then all of a sudden you get a giant candle going against you. I'm not seeing that yet anyway. And remember, they're not all going to work. And then wow, take a look at wow. And I think we're probably going to see a price range too. I'm not as convinced on these cheaper ones, but oh, yeah. Okay, so orange, pink, yeah, 561. So that one, see, that would have been if that candle right there had happened like right away, that would have booted you out for sure. But look at this. I mean, it's 561 to 565, and we're not talking about big jumps. Anyway, guys, very interesting. I'm told that I will probably have, you guys won't, but I'll probably have access to it something on Monday morning. So I'll be able and put it through its paces for the week, I hope. Yeah, $5 or $10. How much would you pay for it? Be serious. Oh, I see. I thought I was talking about the add-on. Well, I mean, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, you look at something. I also think that looking at how a stock traded before can give you a bit of clue whether you want. I mean, look how ugly this Wow was. Okay, compare that to I mean, I'm not saying this is beautiful, but you see, you can have a little more definition here. An add-on to the add-on, right on. The Wow was awful looking at it. I wonder what Sing will do after hours. What time is it right now? 3:22. So again, I'm telling you, it wouldn't surprise me if it starts challenging up in this area. The second power, the square root of the surd. Remember surds, guys? Are you math people? Surd. What a crazy word that was. Meanwhile, now that I'm still here, taking a look at the SPY, SPY is still hanging tough. Now, for you, I would, if you want to do this, I would just have the SPY chart up. You can keep watching the SPY chart. I think it probably will pick up the SPY, though he may not have ETFs in there. Okay, if we call the SPY an ETF. Any questions? Oh, draw in his 34-day EMA or whatever. Just means you have to start watching. Okay, it means the strong trend in whatever direction you got into it is starting to slow down. That's what it means, Alex. Okay, doesn't mean just completely exit or all, but start to pay attention. So, Angie, the theory being, no, you never take the trade when it's orange. Okay, I mean that's the theory behind it. Orange means they don't see in for GoNoGo. It means they don't see an advantage going long or short. It's kind of call it neutral. Okay, there's no advantage. They don't see an advantage. Okay, that's what orange means. And if we use Sing as an example, so you see orange, don't take the trade, don't take the trade, don't take the trade. Then all of a sudden you get this little transition right there, that little aqua. That's saying, oh, okay, it's starting to get a bit of a trend now. And then blue is the strong trend. Now, so if you, and again, that scan picked this up right here. Okay, picked that up right there. Now you're in the trade, in the trade, in the trade, in the trade. Now listen, I mean, on a stock like this, I probably from 1448. Yeah, I would have been taking some off, even though in theory you kind of hold on until you keep holding on, holding. Now, when you get to this little area here, this is now telling you, all right, this strong trend that has been happening, it may be slowing down. So you might want to take some off. Okay. And look what happened. So yeah, I would not take off everything. If you got in down here, I mean, you can hold on. You got it down here at around $11, and even if you took a little bit off here, you're up at $15, $16 up here. You have the ability to hold on, because you're in at $11, so you can hold on and see what happens. Maybe take a little off, but then you get rewarded by not taking everything off. Again, it jumps up to almost $20. Again, this is not, I'm not saying this is going to happen every single time. This is a fabulous one. However, the ones that are really, really got the high relative volume, it'll be really interesting to see how they do. Which broker? Well, I don't, okay, I'm using Steven. So in our YouTube room, yeah, that's Pepe. Pepe chiming in saying, yeah, orange. I like to say there's no solid reason to take the trade one way or the other. So it's bouncing between support and resistance with no clear direction. There you go. I have Interactive Broker, Stephen. Okay. And yeah, I am using GoNoGo. All my charts, as you can see, are GoNoGo charts, and so I am really using them. Yes, for entries, and my exits are still a little bit feel. And when you say connecting, I don't trade from within Trade Ideas. So we link with many brokerage platforms. Okay, linking meaning this. I click on tools and then external linking, and I have my Interactive Brokers account linked. What does that mean? All that means for me is that when I click on a symbol, any symbol, anywhere, I click on TKNO, it loads into my order entry. Okay, order entry in Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. Okay, NG. Well, I mean, listen, I'm going to show you obviously the biggest example that we had that obviously really, really, really worked. But I mean, this was the idea right there. Okay, for the CING. But if you were watching, I went through 10 different alerts that we would have had showing me a transition from orange to either directly to blue or with only one bar in between. And every single one of them basically worked to some extent, some to a greater extent than others. So I'm not trying to, you got to be comfortable. And I'm looking at a 3-minute chart for all of this. And that's what the scan is based on. So when you say whether it's working out well for traders, well, I mean, if you took this one right there, obviously that would have worked out fabulously. But all the other ones that I highlighted, they worked out to some extent. What do you think, Pepe? Do you think it's all voodoo or what? But remember, NG, we're looking at a very specific, in this scan that we've got, that we're, okay, well, right here, for instance, there is a transition from, that's on a daily chart, but now, this is a fairly active, it obviously can work a lot better on a stock that has a reasonable trend to it, but let's just take a look. And you have to use your trader's eye because, okay, here was a transition, okay? Orange to purple. So you could have taken that short right there for NVIDIA at 124.29, and you could have wrote it down to 123.93. I mean, it's not a tremendous, not a huge percentage move, but as Captain Para says, maybe you play options in it then. I don't know. But look how it worked. Working for me doesn't absolutely have to mean that it has to, have something spectacular in the direction you want. I mean, that's obviously the ideal situation, but also working for me means that the next bar wasn't something that just shot up. Okay, which means that, wow, okay, I wonder why we got that. Well, Stephen, so GoNoGo, by the people who developed GoNoGo, it was developed for swing trading. It was not developed for intraday trading. But of course, I'm using it for intraday trading. But it was definitely not developed for intraday trading. They never considered it. But this was there were a lot of color changes in NVIDIA, okay? I wouldn't look at this one as being beautiful, as really good. Too many color changes. And both on the upside and the downside. So that's why for me, NVIDIA would not have been a good one. Well, you're funny you're mentioning QXO because I'm seeing QXO. Just clicked on an alert I had for it. Here we go again. Well, I think I mentioned this one earlier. Here is your transition, but the problem with it, of course, is that bar was so big. So you would have been taking that trade at 1262. So I this is one I would not have taken because I would have just thought, wow, that bar is so big. It's just you're really chasing it. But look left and look at all the room it's got, of course. Yeah, that'll be a hard one. Captain, that would be a hard one, okay? Because, well, a daily or a weekly try, probably. I'd start off with a daily chart, and because the problem is you're going to have your list of stocks, but the system cannot, the system, like to get a real time alert on it. I don't think we won't be able to do that. To get the transition. Now, if a person wanted to just look at 6 stocks for the entire day on whatever time frame, then you could have your thumbnail charts and you just stare at those charts, 6 of them all day long, and checking to see that wouldn't be that hard to see if you get a transition. But if you had if you had 20 or 30 stocks, you just couldn't do it. What's my favorite scan / alert for intraday trading? Well, I don't really have a favorite one, Stephen. I mean, I like, obviously if you're looking at momentum stocks, the momentum scan is really good. But that means you're going to have to be a momentum trader, seeing stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day. Not everybody. That's not what everybody wants. The race is good for that, in that you can click on the alerts that happen and see if they pulled back to certain levels. A lot of people love that. But it all really depends on your trading style, Stephen. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. I see that Yosh got halted and resumed. What happened with this one? Yeah, looking on a daily chart, orange right to blue on a daily chart. So yeah, I mean, look, if you wanted to swing trade and you wanted to try this system out, that's a wide bar right now. But it doesn't look like Singh is going to do it. I really thought it might challenge that 20 level again. So look what the for CING. Now, and it's so interesting to me because look at the difference in the colors here. 5 minute and a 3 minute. So right there, it's telling you, don't take the trade. Nothing. We're not seeing an advantage one way or the other. But if you go down here, this is still blue. So that would mean, if you were in this trade, you would stay in it if you were basing it on a 5 minute. Here, it would just be saying, well, if you're not in the trade now, don't take it. We don't see an advantage. Man, I can't believe I used to go to 4 o'clock every day. I don't, I'm going to do it today. I'm going to do it. How many people? We don't have very many people left, but that's okay. Mentioned seal at 38, now 41. Okay. I know you guys were talking. These are just ones I don't. All right. So here we go. Okay. GoNoGo. Orange. No, didn't meet the parameters. Now, we're looking at the apps. We're trying to get I'm going to call it the absolute best setup. Doesn't mean you cannot, just use it in the traditional way if it sets up well. So this is an interesting one. I wonder if we get an alert here on the seal, even though the blue is below the high of the aqua. It doesn't happen that often. Well, of course, we've got to wait for the candle to close, right? And it still has on the 5. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, you're still here, Tank? Okay. Busy scalping. Oh, look at the seal here, guys. Good for you guys. Big move here now for seal. So again, using it in the traditional way. I'd have taken the trade right here, 39 cents, and it popped up to what, 45 cents? Man, what's GovX doing these days? Swing over the weekend. Okay. Well, it's got room, I guess, if it's a 40-cent stock. Now, the next highs on the weekly chart, anyway, looking around 55 cents. Okay, now, if you're playing the spy, look what happened here. Orange, pink, deep purple. Okay? Look at this. No, that's on a 5-minute chart. Let's see what it looks like on a 3-minute chart. So that scan would not have picked it up, okay, because it was 3 bars, 3 pink bars before it went on the 3-minute, but on the 5-minute, it would have. So, I mean, again, if you're a spy player, it all depends. But this is, now the only problem is that even if we'd had a 5-minute scan for something like this, you would have to wait for that candle to close. I mean, what if it's a giant candle all the way down here? Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens. What time is it now? 48. So this will close in about 2 minutes. Well, it will be interesting to see if this trend continues. Seems to take forever now for a 5-minute chart to close. Okay, another. Now it's closed. Now let's see what happens here. Let's get the spy up here. Dog is getting a bath. Now this would be something if it takes out this 553 right down here and really starts to move down. It would have been fun to watch these things, last week, beginning of last week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, to see what was happening. We had the giant moves. All right, guys. Well, I'm definitely getting close to the end here. I'm gonna stay until that clock hits 4 on my computer. William is probably gone. Normally, he would only keep the room open until about 3:30 on a Friday. I think next week I finally take GNLN off one of my thumbnail charts. I think that could be the end of it for a while anyway. Look at that transition. Had I had shorts, orange to deep purple, take the trade. If I had shorts, 1039. Wow, 958. Good, but no shorts available for me for GNLN. How many charts do I have open? I have 8 thumbnail charts open. Okay, my other monitor. So these little what I call thumbnail charts. Okay, and then I've got these 4 that you see here, and then a spy chart. So I guess if I could do some math, I think that's 13. Yeah, I keep what I typically do, Mike, is so whatever I think has been active today, of course, I will see it Monday morning. I'll see those charts Monday morning. And then I can make changes. Like for instance, I put HRB in today. I did not have it in yesterday. But HRB I thought could have been an interesting one because it was an earnings play. Okay. No, it's you that's wrong, Dwayne. I'm here always until 4 o'clock on a Friday. Always. It's got to be you. So, so I had Sega this morning, I had that from yesterday, but I will, change out during the day though, also. Premium subscription does not include GoNoGo. No, it is an add-on, Stephen. It's a $50 a month add-on. You can take it. I can get you a 15% discount on it if it's of interest to you. But what I would do is before you even considered it, is just click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar and then go no go charts. And then there is a video, or this should pop up somewhere. It popped up on my other monitor. This should pop up somewhere. And you can take a look at these 2 videos and then you check this out to see what it's trying to do. Okay. And then you can make up your mind. You can get it for $50 minus 15% if you use my promo code. And you can try it for a month. If you don't like it, then you don't. It's not we don't try to. We're not roping you into a yearly subscription or anything. Well, Mike, actually during the trial, you have access to it, okay? You know, you might have to get somebody to activate. You should have access to it during the trial. And the reason, Stephen, it's an add-on is because this is not our technology, okay? It is a third party that we're licensing kind of from them, but we're also enhancing it with, well, the scans. You know, we've got a lot of scans, and I'm hoping, you know, and I don't know when the scan that I'm looking for that we've been talking about, but we do have these scans right here. Okay, which so it's not just the charts, but Michael has created these scans. These are more daily scans for swing trading, and then we do have these ones up here. If I click on new, and then Market Explorer, and then this Market Explorer box shows up. Right click, select strategy, and scroll down, go no go, and then these 5-minute ones. These are all intraday scans. Okay. So that is the enhanced value that we're also giving. You know, we're giving you the charts, but some enhanced value in the scans. I have 50 seconds left. You two, Hermes. Yeah, you can, sure, you can use it pre and post. You just have to have your charts enabled. Properties, show pre and show post. Okay, you just have them. No problem. Okay, guys, it is now 10 seconds past 4 o'clock. I'm out of here. So, guys, it's been a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun for me. Believe me, to see, you know, the sample scans that had been created by Michael, and I'm hoping he's edging a little bit. He says it may not be till Tuesday. So, but anyway, whenever it is. Okay, guys. So have a great weekend, and we will see you on Monday. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock. Okay. So have a great weekend. Shutting down now.